3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. We're about to kick off qualifying. I know we're just a tid delay, but during pre-run we did have an incident. They are okay, but we had to go address the situation. I am Miles Hasquist with Shelby, and man, it's gonna be a great weekend, isn't it?
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so glad to be out here, and I'm so glad that you're here with us. Couldn't ask for a better person to be out announcing, since you know a lot of these drivers.
You probably know more of these guys and gals than I do, but we're going to have fun with it.
For sure.
We're just outside of Broadview, Montana at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway on a 10,000-acre ranch. Warren Ketchum, this dude is iconic Montana. Just an old rancher, such a cool dude, and he lets us come out here and have fun on his ranch. We respect what there's a few spots he said stay out, we do. And we, pack it in, pack it out. The Yellowstone Off-Road Series does an amazing job with everything. But again, we are just a little bit delayed, but we'll be kicking off qualifying here very soon.
And you're off.
Sorry.
we should be very soon. I'm going to say another 5 or 10 minutes will be qualifying. And remember, you do not have to qualify. But the people that don't qualify start all the way at the back behind, and that goes by registration. If you don't qualify, register early, you're at the top of that list. But if you do register and have a tumble, you do start in front of those guys and gals. So I think we're over 100 registered racers. So it's going to be a good qualifying run.
It's definitely going to be a good run. There's going to be a ton of people. There's already tons of people lined up. We're still waiting for a couple more too. But again, you're not going to see everybody because not everybody's qualifying.
Very tall.
Yeah, and it's right around a 1 mile qualifier. So I'm going to say we're going to be about that. I don't know. Let's make a guess. I'm going to say $1.17.
I don't know. I feel like some of these side-by-sides are going to be pretty fast.
Give us a number.
104.
104, all
Maybe
right.
under a minute.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fast.
Yes.
It's going to be fun. Montana drones up here. We'll have 2 drones flying up high. We'll have 1 static at the start line. So
Lots of great footage.
It's going to be fun. So be sure to tune in. We'll be right back with you here shortly.
Thank you.
Brother, your way?
I mean, it's just, yeah, that's better. Thank you guys, sorry.
I know it's only been a month and I still don't remember.
Yeah, you always gotta have a feed on it, and then you just gotta throw the graphic over it.
Point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Yeah, Casey wants it first.
Yeah, we're close.
Please.
Aaron, we're ready when you're ready.
He's giving him 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Let's go.
Yeah, I'd say-
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead. We're good.
Welcome to qualifying for the 2024 TDK Big Sky 200. We're about 30 seconds away from kicking off Casey Welty. I'm Miles Haskellus alongside Shelby, and we're about to have some fun.
I'm so excited to be out here. I know these guys are real anxious to get going, so we appreciate all their patience while we're computers and medical issues, but we're about ready to drop them.
But yeah, I mean, obviously safety first, so we had to
Absolutely.
address those situations, and we are off for this 1 mile qualifier. Remember, tomorrow's race is on adjusted time, so even if you qualify well, you could still lose this from the back of or win this from the back of the pack. So Casey Welty out of Sheridan, Wyoming, with that 2022 Polaris Pro R. Go fast, don't die. Method race wheels, next gen Schmitty race suspension, RDR, Auto Studio, and Octave Industries are his sponsors. And we will also have a live onboard camera with him for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour UTV race tomorrow, starting off at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
You're definitely going to want to catch that footage because Casey is a wicked driver.
Yeah,
Super fun to watch. I don't know if you saw any of the Powell footage, but that was all from Casey's car as well. And then if you're watching Saturday, you'll be able to see it from the Throttle Down Customs Class 1 buggy with Rowdy Smith driving. Oh, Casey's getting a little loose in that corner, but he's doing good.
And this is a 1 mile qualifier, and we were guessing, I was guessing 117, you're guessing 104, so we'll keep you updated as closely as we can, but it's going to be a fun one to watch.
203.
Oh, Grizz is saying 203, huh? So we're way too fast.
Yeah.
How long is the qualifier? Is it right at 1 mile, right?
Right at like 0.98.
Yeah, so we'll call it 1 mile. So 60 miles an hour average would be, 1 minute, but yeah, I guess you're right. It's going to be a little slower than that.
There's some whoops back there in the back you guys can't see.
Ooh, that'd definitely make it real technical. You'd want to be paying attention for those.
Yeah, Montana Drone has a drone up in the air for us, so huge shout out to him.
He's doing a great job chasing everybody, and he always does such an amazing job with all the footage. He always has the best angles, too. Looks like Casey's just now hitting those whoops. He floated through them pretty smooth.
Yeah, up next on the line should be Tyler Nelson out of Evansville, Wyoming, with Dakota Alignment and Frame, another one of our great sponsors out here that's actually sponsoring the 12-hour race.
Here comes Casey crossing the finish line.
And he is all over the gas, all the way across that the rugged finish line
235.
with a 235. So we are way off.
Not even close.
And I tell you, Casey's one to send it, so 235. So I think a fast time is going to be in that, in the 220s probably.
Yeah.
What'd you guys guess first?
I was a 117, so
I said 104.
I said 205, so.
Pretty good. Tyler is off the line going through that first big corner.
he has Eli McDermott riding shotgun in that Can-Am X3 out of Evansville, Wyoming, with Dakota Alignment and Frame. Again, this is qualifying for tomorrow's 12-hour race. Tomorrow's lap will be a 40-mile lap. The first 4 hours of tomorrow's race will be for the Y.O.R.R series points for trophies and money, and then the rest of the race will be for the 12-hour. So there's technically 2 races going on at the same time, so you can collect 2 checks. And Tyler's out there with a pretty good run here. This course is very burned in. They were able to pre-run earlier today, and Shelby and I were running around the pits chatting with some people. We'll get those edited up tonight, and we'll be able to show you some of the highlighted pit reports from later on tomorrow from today.
You can see Tyler Nelson just coming under the rims there. He's still going wide open. coming in through that straight stretch.
And such a great spot to spectate right
Wow.
here up on top of those rocks. You can oversee this entire valley, which you can see the entire qualifying course.
It's an amazing area to spectate from. The only thing you gotta watch out for are those rattlesnakes. They like to hang out in those rocks.
I don't like those guys.
No, nobody's really a big fan. He looks like he's about to come through those whoops though. Still doing great. Looks like we have Mike Slauson lined up as soon as Tyler Nelson comes back. Mike's also another really, really fast guy.
He's won here before.
Yeah, definitely want to keep your eye out for him.
And another cool thing is Randy Slauson, who has won King of the Hammers 3 times, is landing at the airport, I believe, as we speak, and he'll be out here this afternoon, and he'll be sharing driving duties with Mike tomorrow. So really cool to have some royalty in the house out here in Broadview.
We've got some big heavy hitters coming back for the Y.O.R.R series, so it's super exciting to see everybody teaming up, especially family-wise. And Tyler Nelson is over the finish line.
Good done. 225.
2:25, so what's that, 12 seconds faster? And there goes Mike Slauson out of Rio Verde, Arizona. Actually, he just moved to Montana recently, so we got to get that updated up in Bozeman.
He moved to Arizona from Bozeman.
Oh.
Okay.
He put his address as Arizona, so I knew he was coming up here to race. So I'm pretty
Perfect.
sure he
Yeah,
moved
so-
to Arizona maybe. And then
Yeah, he's living both
from
places right
Bozeman,
now.
Yeah.
So Mike
in a
Slauson
Maverick
is
R.
out on course in that brand new Maverick R he just purchased less than a week ago from Mitch Alsop and Cameron Steele. So this is a race-proven machine. This car just took third in the UTV class at the Baja 500 just a few weeks ago. So Alsop took it back, prepped it, and Slauson getting a little hang time there.
He'll
He
be
is
fast. He's always
moving.
fast.
He's always one of our fastest guys. So great to see him just kicking butt all the time.
It's so dusty.
We are running one car at a time just for, safety issues, and the dust is pretty thick down here. But on race day, the wind is the racer's friend because it doesn't matter. We're going to take off. Still need to do some math. It'll be either in 30-second increments or up to a minute, depending on how many cars are in each class. Race will be on adjusted time, so qualifying is pretty important if you want that fresh air out front.
My legs are already getting roasty.
With as many UTVs as they're going to have out there too during the 12-hour race, between the Y.O.R.R race and the 12-hour, that fresh air is definitely an advantage.
What do you guys think he's going to pull for a time? Now that you know what we got.
I'm going to say he's going to be at 215. I think he's
220
moving.
for sure. Low 220s.
But he
high
only had
220s.
1 mile of drive time in this car before he went out there. So, but seat times. He's driven a lot of things, so I think he'll do some really good things. Lots of great turns out here. A couple little ski jumps and some whoops out back. There's one little G out spot, isn't there, out there, Grizz?
Yep.
And Slauson is all over it, heading towards that rugged finish line.
Here he comes.
Wide open is Mike Slauson.
Wow. 223, 503.
At 2:23 for
2
Slauson.
seconds faster.
29.59.
That's an angel out there.
Angel.
So that's Angel Barker out of Fromberg, Montana, with that X3 with Elevated Power Sports and Bighorn Drywall. And speaking about Elevated Power Sports, they did a really cool thing. They teamed up with Y.O.R.R and put a Maverick R up for sale for about $10,000 off. And I believe they sold 7 of them. So good for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series and Elevated Power Sports.
Car 11 is next.
Is that Dan?
Angel's a new driver. This is her second race ever. She drove PAL. She did an excellent job in PAL and finished it. So their team driving. It's all girls team. So
Oh, that's the one you were talking
Really
about.
cool.
Angel's driving, and then Ashley Rathkamp will drive. They're swapping back and forth. So they aren't sure how many laps what, but they're going to go back and forth. And they got 2 girl passengers. So
That's
it's all
awesome.
girls team.
And they're going to
That
go
is
out there and have
awesome.
some fun.
That's so fun. It's so good to see more girls out here. You don't see a lot of them, especially drivers.
Yes, we'll have Angel Barker, Angel Horton, and Amanda all sharing out there. They're in the UTV Turbo class, as well as Slauson and Nelson.
And then they're also going to do the 12-hour. The girls are.
Oh, the Angels doing the 12-hour race too, so that's pretty cool. They'll be swapping back and forth, giving each other some breaks, but they'll race the Y.O.R.R 4-lap race and then continue on into the 12-hour. That's 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Hey, are your batteries where I can just hand them out the window to you?
Looks like she's holding her own out there on those straightaways.
Oh,
Just
okay.
getting ready to come in through those whoops.
Okay.
She's doing great as she's coming in, slowing up just a little bit.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
You see him, he's in the whoop section now. You can't tell from here, but that is way rougher than you think. It's a big G out in that section, and there's another one coming up that he's going to hit here in just a second. It looks fairly smooth there, but it is a total G out in it.
Slauson's car was bouncing pretty good through there, but he was not slowing up.
And Slauson's car is a full-on race car, as all of them are, but that one's heavily built, and you saw it really suck it up. So you definitely want to make a danger in your GPS for that one.
It's Dan.
Up next is Dan Dirksen out of Hobson, Montana, in a Yamaha.
I'm good, Don.
He's one of, I believe, 3 YXCs out there today, possibly more. He's also doing the 12-hour race. Dan will be taking the first shift. His co-driver, Christian Moe, as of right now, is supposed to take the second shift of the 12-hour race.
Good thing they're young.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian's actually my cousin, and him and I have been out here since we were little buggers doing this. So
Yeah,
it's
you
really
said you've
cool.
literally
Yeah.
grown up at the track.
Yes, with, oh man, even Grizz's daughters, we were always around each other growing up, so it's kind of weird to see him out driving now, but it's also super
Well, they probably say
exciting.
the same thing about
Yeah.
you.
Absolutely.
There's a great banked corner, and the
Yeah.
crowd's up there enjoying
Oh,
it. Again, spectating
look at
is
that.
absolutely amazing here in Broadview for the Big Sky 200.
What a great video of that jump under those
So you're
rims,
going to be
too.
back in the car next year? Is that your plan, Shelby?
That's the plan. We have
Oh, you're going to dish me, huh?
Yeah, well, maybe a little bit. At least for the truck.
ZRP, Kurtz Off-Road, and Combustion Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today. I'm just outside of Broadview, Montana, at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. We're just north of Billings, Montana. The elevation out here is roughly 3,900 feet. There's only 212 population in Broadview. We're out on Warren Ketchum's 10,000 acre private ranch. And a huge shout out to all of our volunteers, staff, media, and safety crew.
We could not be doing what we're doing without such a great safety crew. The Broadview, I believe it's a
Y.O.R.R.
volunteer emergency and ambulance team is out here. They've already been responding to one incident already, but she is okay. It looks like Dan is coming through, about to go through the finish here.
And if you are in the Billings area, come on out for the next couple days. We'll be wide open racing.
I'm good, Don.
$20 per adult. Kids 12 and under are free.
Okay.
So we-
235.
So a
Battery swap.
235.
235.
They're going to switch the battery.
We're doing a
around.
battery swap, so I'm talking about the drones landing.
So we got one drone landing right now. We're going to swap out a battery and get him back in the air. So we'll go back to our
Still
Rugged Radio start line.
On our start line, we have Cody Olson in the 4996 car in his custom X3 out of Billings, Montana. Cody's been racing with us for a while, but I haven't seen him in a few years.
Is he whose
it's good.
helicopter's coming out, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll also have some cool highlight. It's not going to be live, but we'll have some highlight videos from Cody and his dad. They got their helicopter out here, and they're going to do some chasing some race cars, so that's super cool. I believe the pilot, Patrick, does a lot of flying at King of the Hammers down in Baja. Does a lot of flying for Polaris on some of their off-road shoots, so we're in for a pretty good treat on that one.
I think it'll be the post-production stuff is going to be awesome from that.
Absolutely.
So excited to see the footage from that. It's going to be...
I kind of want to send him with my phone so they could go live from in there on the your page. You know, just live on Facebook on the.
Yeah, maybe we'll try to send up Aaron. You can take a little bit of a break and
I hope.
and hop up in the chopper and do a little Facebook Live.
Car, and then
There
we'll
you
figure
go.
out how timing works.
Just
It'll
got
be
that
fine.
scene still. Oh, are you low? You're low. Okay,
We should be good, right?
we're good. We're good.
You're looking at the rugged start line as Cody Olson is off out of Billings, Montana. With that Elevated Motorsports Can-Am. He recently just got his helicopter's pilot's license, so that's a pretty cool feat in itself. And he is really moving out here on this 1 mile qualifier, getting everything set up for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour race tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'm getting ready.
Montana.
I'm going to California next week.
You're used to hammers.
Yeah.
It's been a busy week.
Cody was one of our teammates down at Hammers the year I raced
Oh,
it too. So
and you were a rookie that year, right?
yeah, that was my rookie year and his too. So.
And you finished,
I
which is a
finished.
huge feat.
Finished 16th in my class. So
That's pretty impressive, buddy.
I was the last one to finish.
Hey, a finish is a finish.
is a
Yeah,
finish.
yeah.
That's what I did it in the time.
Dang right. People have raced that, King of the Hammer so many times without a finish. So if you did it on your first shot, you're doing something right.
That was 9.5 hours in a car, and I would never do that long again. So I came up with this 12-hour thing for everybody else that I wanted to punish along with what I got to do. So
Give them a little taste of it, huh?
yeah, I figured everybody should feel that pain for a while.
Well, at least they get to split it up a little bit, Grizz. They're not sitting in there the whole time.
There is, so far I know of, 2 people going to Ironman the 12-hour. They're going to attempt to Ironman it tomorrow.
And I think
Oh,
Cody's
my.
one of them, right?
Cody's one of them, and 1954, who's up next, will be the other one that's going to Ironman
That's
it.
Matt Peterson, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, and he's
yeah.
doing it in an RS1
One.
too. Yeah, so he's that's a solo Ironman. That's
Yeah,
super
that's a
hardcore.
Is he
That's the true
taking...
Ironman.
In the Y.O.R.R series, they typically get a time penalty for not having
No,
a co-driver.
he's in Racing and Pro Unlimited, and the
Oh,
12-hour,
gotcha.
everybody's in one class.
We changed that
Gotcha.
rule anyway.
And we changed that.
We
No
changed
more?
the passenger rule.
No more passengers? That's wild.
I think it's one of the ones that I rented, and they're different color than ours. I mean, they're black. They're similar.
Cody is absolutely flying.
Cody's doing good. He's been fighting steering.
Hey, Aaron,
issues.
what's our fast time so far?
Mike's Lawson, 2:23, and then Tyler Nelson.
And Cody Olson just finished. Matt Peterson is leading the line. Out of Laramie, Wyoming in his 2019 RS1. I just can't understand that people are gonna Ironman a 12-hour race. I did 5.5 hours last year and wanted to die.
What did
He's
Cody?
raced with us before.
What did
He's
Cody
also
Olson
raced
run?
2:34.
2:34.
So right now it's Lawson, Tyler Nelson, Cody Olson, Casey Welty, Dan, Angel.
Nice. And we are watching most of these that have qualified thus far in the Pro Turbo, and you have to have up to 1,000cc engine, OEM engine, OEM electronics, must run front hood, grille, and front and rear plastics to meet that class. We also have the Pro Unlimited, which is kind of like the open class. You can have the full frame or an aftermarket frame. There's a wheelbase of 134 inches max, 32-inch tire, up to a 2,000 cc, so that's where that Pro R can go racing. And you can have aftermarket turbos and superchargers in that class. And then we also have the Sportsman, where run what you brung. Come on out and have some fun. It's just no payouts, no trophies, but we give Y.O.R.R gives you a place to race.
We've got like 5.
Cody's finishing up, coming through under the rims over there. Or not Cody, I'm sorry, Matt Peterson.
I was wondering, I got kind of lost too.
I don't care. I just was trying to let
He's finishing up on those long straightaways here, getting ready to come into those whoops. Those G-outs over there are no joke either.
Well, they're showing up late.
Well, yeah. There's some people, yeah. Okay, yeah, let them run, whatever. I don't really care. I just was trying to give the people in side by side the opportunity to fix their cars if
We
something
get the 5
happens.
out of here, then
That's fine. What car next? Can you tell me the number?
That RS1 is pretty freaking fast.
Out of Laramie, Wyoming, with Matt Peterson behind the wheel, with Y.O.R.R, Rigid Baja Design, Shock Therapy, Hypoxic Enterprises, ZRP, HCR, and Rugged Race Radios.
$49.18's up next.
I just never run the computer. That's
And Matt is just about to come through.
You can send it on.
We have number 4918 in the white Genesis car.
That's Carter Peterson with Kyle riding shotgun on that Pro XP out of Laramie, Wyoming. I do know Josh Smith is helping him out in the pits. He races a lot with Y.O.R.R and Ultra 4, and I saw him. I was like, "Oh, you are racing?" He's like, "Nope, I came here to help my buddy."
That's what
I was
I
like,
said. I was like,
"All right, that's fair."
Yeah.
He's getting everything prepped for Vegas to Reno, so he's like, "I just didn't have time to tear up the car to re-prep it to get it going." So I get that.
It's fair.
I know there's a few of them that are racing up at the Stampede next weekend with Ultra 4 that we're doing the same thing. Just not enough turnaround, which I get. It's going to be busy.
And a couple of people are seeing how this race goes.
Yeah, John Matthews, yeah. He's racing here with us at Y.O.R.R, and if the car's still together, he'll head up to Sacramento next weekend.
That's fine.
Matthews is part of the 4,500 modified class.
That's a lot of dust. Good.
And he blew that corner.
Hey,
He's
yeah, got a
kinda
little wide there.
climbing back on.
All I can
They're
see
good.
is clouds. I'm like,
They're
what's
all
going
good.
on out there?
They're back on course and doing good.
Yeah, that corner's getting pretty dusted out, but again, you can see that Rugged Race Radio flag flying in the wind, and that's going to be very helpful. I think
That corner is a flat corner. So
Okay.
It's not banked at all. Not like the other two before it. The other two before that are really banked corners. That one is a dead flat corner. So.
this is the TDK
Thank you.
Big Sky 200. So a huge shout out to Throttle Down Customs, Rugged Race Radios, Blackbeard Broncos, Must Be Nice Performance, Jim and Tracy Alignment, Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, DRW Performance, Epic Racewear, Lynch Rich, Automatic Vending Services, Copyright, Napa, AJ's Diesel, Revive IV and Wellness will be on site this weekend, PRP, Next Gen, and Mickey Thompson Tires. So please support who supports the sport.
That's neat.
Up
Next
next
up.
is Nate Thompson.
In his 2022 Razor Turbo R. Lord have mercy.
Get a little tongue-tied, it
Yeah.
happens.
Looks like he's getting ready to come back in for the finish.
You can send them.
Genesis Motorsports coming across the Rugged Race Radio finish line.
That's 245.
And he got a 245. So Nate Thompson out of Harrisburg, South Dakota with Dakota Alignment and Frame, AA Motorsports, Method Race Wheels, Tensor Tires, Schmitty Racing Suspension.
You'll see through here, Miles, Dakota Alignment and Frame sponsors a bunch of drivers.
Well, I mean, this is a local series, and they're a
Yeah.
local place, so that's great to see Dakota stepping up in a huge way. And they're sponsoring the 12-hour race, so that's
They are
really
a title
cool.
sponsor for the 12-hour race, so super cool for that.
And I'm still impressed you raised $20,000. So Grizz, Aaron, you guys did a great job. That's a very healthy purse for the Y.O.R.R series. So that's pretty cool.
I figured if you're going to spend 12 hours on the car, you better, if you do win, you better hope you get something for it.
Yeah, for
because you're gonna have to spend most of it right back on the car.
We were talking
It was
earlier.
that, a big payout, or a smile and a handshake, so I wasn't sure
Yeah.
which one I should do.
Yeah, how do you become a millionaire racing? Start with 10.
Yeah.
Sort of billionaire.
M999 is next.
And that 12-hour race is actually is the same duration as the entire series would be to run over the course of the 4 races in May, June, July, and September. So they're knocking out their entire series in about 12 hours.
That's pretty wild.
And then
That makes for a long day.
Absolutely. Have 2 more races left in the season.
Makes for a long day for Shelby and Miles, too.
Yeah,
And
no
myself.
doubt.
Absolutely.
M999 is next.
Thank you. How funny. Mike, I gotta show you this message. It's funny. I'll bring it over there.
So Nate Thompson's still out there stirring up some dust.
He is a super good guy. Just fun to race with, fun to hang out with. So
That seems like a very common theme up here.
Well,
right.
getting a
All
little
our
screwed.
racers. I've never seen one of our racers not help another racer, just so they're out on the track to get some competition.
Absolutely.
So Nate Thompson coming across the Rugged Race Radio finish line
233.
with a 2:33.
Yeah.
Very respectful. That's probably top 10 so far, but it's still Mike Slauson with a 2:23. As Austin Campna takes off out of Fountain, Colorado with MPPP. So that puts Nate Thompson in 3rd position, so definitely even better than top 10.
We got some quick guys out there today.
Yeah, Shelby, this has been a great time working with you. I've
Yeah.
really enjoyed it, and we're just getting kicked off. This is going to be a great weekend.
Right now.
Absolutely. This has been an absolute blast. I'm learning lots and having fun. It's cool to see this side of it, having been in the pits or in a car my entire life. It's cool to be behind the scenes and see what's even going on in this trailer, because there's a lot of wires back here. let me tell
There's
you.
a lot, yeah.
Erin's laughing at me.
Yeah, she was
She's
licking her fingers, twisting the wires together.
Yeah. Getting a little shocked.
Who is that?
But yeah, Aaron and Grizz have really done a great job growing the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series.
They're picking it up. They got one.
They're doing
Oh,
great.
they're not racing.
It looks like Austin's coming back in under the rims. I'm sure all the spectators up there are just loving that. That's such a great spot to watch, and watching him come under those jumps right there, just such a perfect spot.
Your piece is gonna be so mad.
So Austin is out there still running strong. There's some high-speed sections. They're probably sneaking up 75, 80 miles an hour on that backstretch.
Oh, that backstretch is wild. You've been back there.
It's been a couple of years. I think it's just a year.
a year.
But there's the first little G out section you really have to check up on. Here's the second one.
Thank you.
And I'm just looking out here out the window next to us to see who's up. 406 is up next, but
Oh, that's
the
Weichel.
trucks are lined up.
I said, it's a side by side.
Oh, that's
It's
406.
They're teammates.
Okay.
Yep, his
Yep.
teammate.
Nice.
Side by
Okay,
side.
that's Travis, maybe. I remember
Yep.
chatting with him last night.
Yep. Yeah.
There
We
is,
had some fun.
There is some of the stacked field looking out here. Once we get to the big trucks, it looks awesome.
I can't wait to
yeah.
get into the trucks. That's what I grew up in, and those are honestly my favorite part. But it is wild to see these side by
You got
sides. They're so fast.
Bonnie's nephew's back.
Oh.
I'm good, Don. Go ahead.
Austin hot on the throttle all the way across. So up next is the 406 of Travis Nelson out of Helena, Montana, in an X3 with Some Fear Racing, Highland Motorsports, and Early Bird Cafe.
Yep, I got him. They're on the wheels. I need somebody to go. You know? Like, we got all these people standing around over there. I heard it. You didn't hear it?
I'll get him.
So lots of action out there.
Car coming. Get him out of there now. Get him moved. Get him moved.
So Travis Nelson out on course. He'll be sharing with Nate Ramsey, and Devin Felix will be riding shotgun with him during the 12-hour. Lots of local Montanans. And some Wyoming, some Colorado. Saw the Arizona. Great showing
Did they
for the
get out of
Wild
way?
West
My God,
Series.
are they out of the way? Okay. I'm like, I heard it.
They can run a whip.
I know, but you know what we need to do? Drivers meeting before proper. That's it. Like, simple.
The Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. We are qualifying for Friday and Saturday's big races. This is a 1 mile long qualifier. Fastest thus far is Mike Slauson with a 2:23. On course right now is Travis Nelson with Some Fear Racing.
Hey, Dad, you got a copy? Dean.
We'll see his teammate Eric Weichel racing in his 4800 mod car here in just a little bit. Both of them are racing the same number. Teammates, Some Fear, 406. So when I heard the 406 come on the radio, I said Weichel, but they said it was a UTV, and I was like, okay, got it.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to you. Hold it up.
244.
So a 244 for Travis Nelson.
Puts him 9 right now.
So that puts him in roughly 9th spot right now.
No, I don't hear you. You hear me?
Send the car.
I'm sure you guys are seeing that little kerfuffle over there. I'm not exactly sure what happens, but everybody's okay. Car's a little hurt, but nobody's hurt.
So yeah,
Everybody's
somebody
good.
took a little
Everybody's
tumble
walking
after the finish line.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah,
No.
you're all good.
Who we got up next there, Chris?
We got some high emotions, but everybody's doing good.
Well, it's her son is
He was freaking out. He's like, my shoulder hurts. I'm like, your harness is right there. It's okay. Breathe. It's gonna hurt. Your harness is doing its job.
It's scary though. When
It
you
is
don't
so
know.
terrifying.
Yeah, when you don't know. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
We had a
Mhm.
pretty
And
good tumble during pre-running earlier, but everybody was okay. But we had to go check that situation out. That's why we were a little delayed on starting our qualifying run. And then you always have to fight a little bit of technical difficulties out here in the middle of literally a cow pasture.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's hard to bring technology out here.
One of the cars that was driving by earlier literally had cow pies all over the side of it.
A lot of
The bovine waste. That's a nice shot of our trailer tire.
I was a little slow on the draw there. Sorry. This is why they haven't hired me for production.
We haven't hired any. I'm just,
We call you the jack of all trades. At the end of the day, it's a little more of that. But
Yeah. I'm still, I think we're good.
I think we're good. I see the drum. I think we're good.
So that's the number 59.
Austin Painter.
Austin Painter. Austin Painter out of Rapid City, South Dakota in his Turbo R with Travis riding shotgun with Voodoo Riders, Polaris of the Black Hills, Timbridge Construction, Ariba Home Improvement, Desert Speed Shock Tuning, P&E Construction, Hayworth Enterprise, and Mom and Dad. So on screen is number 59, Austin Painter out of Rapid City, South Dakota. That's a beautiful drive from that area all the way up here to Broadview. I've made that trek a few times. Beautiful part of the country up here, Grizz.
Yeah, they call it Big Sky Country for a reason.
Absolutely. I remember, 2021 was my first time we came up here. We did a joint race with Ultra 4 and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, and we got up here and I was just in awe. And then this is my third time back, and every time you rub that smile off your face.
No.
Last night we were out on course checking course markings and then did a little cow chasing and caught just a beautiful sunset.
Yeah, this is a live ranch, so we had to move cows this morning, or last night.
Yeah, you moved most of them a week ago or so, but found a couple stragglers.
Every once in a while, too, you'll be on the track mid-race and just see one or two that have slipped by, hanging out.
Yeah.
Radio them in. Somebody's got to go move cows in the middle of the race.
So again, thank to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 TDK Big Sky 200. We are qualifying for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour as we speak.
Looks like Austin's coming through that little whoopee section, and he is absolutely flying.
A whoopee section?
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh, here he comes. He is absolutely moving.
Man, I'll
Holy
use him the
smokes.
entire course. Getting a little slideways around that last corner.
Wow.
New fast time.
Let's hear it. New fast time
2:19.
with a 2:19.
Holy smokes. We have number 235 just leaving the line right now.
Sean Connell.
Sean.
He might not be under this.
Okay.
He might be under the 12 hour.
Yep, Sean Connell.
Okay.
Out of Lincoln, Montana with an X3. And he'll be having Nathan and Steve ride shotgun with him off and on during the 12-hour.
The one jump I forgot to mention earlier, the one that he will be coming into right after this corner is the Kurtz Off-Road launch.
The Kurtz Off-Road launch.
I wish he was racing.
Kurt had planned on Ironmanning it, and he had did something to his back, and
Who has medical that can look at his shoulder? Oh, technology.
And Scott.
And Scott Griff.
So Sean Connell out there ripping it up in his X3 on this 1 mile qualifier on this 10,000 acre private ranch thanks to Warren Ketchum. What a beautiful piece of the world it is up here. You can
You've
just see
seen-
forever.
You've seen the whole track, and just when you think it's smooth and easy and you're going good, there's either a whoop, a hole, a G out, or a corner. Somebody throws up a heck of a corner.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple washes too that are
Yeah.
pretty wild. And then Scott's Bluff on the back.
Oh, that one will get you every
man.
time.
I
And
don't
then
know
dead cow corner.
Yeah,
Yes.
You know why they call it that?
yeah, because there's a bunch of dead cows in the corner.
I have a direct text from my sister. I said, "How did pre-running go?" And she goes, "It was good. The new section sucks. It's awful. You would hate it."
Well, that means you're doing something right
I'm
there.
doing something right. That's what I go for on most of mine.
I said, "Is it tight and rocky?" And she goes, "Yes, exactly that. But tighter and rockier than anything you've ever seen. You would absolutely hate it."
We also have Hogan's Alley out there
Oh man.
as Sean Connell's heading towards the Rugged Race Radio's finish line.
2:34.
with a 2:34. But new fastest time of the day is a 2:19 by Austin Painter.
Jacob Shade is on the line about to take off.
Okay, we did an interview with him this morning.
Yeah.
Out of Cheyenne, Wyoming with Metal FX, OBR Tires, SD Lighting, FP Racing, Black Ops Machine, S3 Power Sports, Sandcraft, Liquimolly, Turner, and Rugged Radios. So Jacob Shade with Squad Racing.
Looks like he's coming up onto the big turn underneath the bluffs.
That's a fun one, and that's such a look
cool
at the
corner.
spectating. I mean,
Oh my
you're
gosh.
15 feet from the car, but obviously in a safe location way above.
Quite a bit higher up.
As he hits the Kurtz off-road launch.
Such a fun jump too. That whole section, the qualifying course is just so flowy, so fun.
And speaking about jumps, the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump that you remember from last year, last couple of years, we're actually going backwards this year. So it's going to be like a floater jump. You're coming down it. So it's going to be a fun one to watch as well.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that love it.
Oh, and it looks like we have a rollover.
Oh,
Michael,
Yep.
get on your radio.
We have a rollover once again. So that's Jacob Shade,
They're on
right?
their way.
yes, Jacob
Yeah.
Shade. It looks like he is on his side.
Our crew's on the way.
Crew is on the way.
They saw
Looks
it.
like we've got somebody. We've got 2 vehicles there now.
We got our
Look-
safety crew, all volunteers doing amazing jobs out here.
Looks like either the co-driver or the driver is out of the car up walking, so that's a good sign.
So remember, this is qualifying. During the race, it is on adjusted time. So he'll be starting at the back of the pack from everybody who qualified. You do not have to qualify, but everybody else who does will start behind Jacob Shade, and then we'll take off in either 30-second or 1-minute increments.
Looks like we've got quite a crew there taking care of him.
Yeah, all hands on deck. Let's make sure everybody's
Yes.
okay.
Big thank you to our volunteers and sponsors who are just on it to get over there. You don't understand how amazing it is to have people there until you're in that situation.
So we'll make sure Shade's okay. We do have his car righted. And we got our rugged radio right here. We'll get the all clear from the team, make sure everybody's okay.
Go ahead and send them.
Not yet. Aaron's not ready.
I'm ready. You can go. Michael, we're good. Go ahead.
So it looks like we're getting Shade off the side. We're about to send the next car.
I got a copy because everything's clear and way off the track.
It's not way off the track, but it's clear off the track to where you can send them.
Okay, you can send them.
They're on the inside
Is your drone still in the air? That is not, like, whoever X3 or Defender that is, that's too close to the track. I'm not sending them until you guys are all the
Hold
way
on,
out
they're
of
not
there.
sending them yet, Don.
Yeah.
It's closing it right now.
They're
We're
moving
just
it.
waiting for some
Mike's
clearance.
not far
They're
off.
Get them flipped back up and push it.
getting him a little bit further off the track just to keep everybody safe. Our safety equipment is really making a showing today. Our next gen is really carrying everybody this afternoon, and thank goodness we have it, keeping everybody safe.
That's Jeff Bachman on the start line. I don't have him on my sheet, but
I'm sorry. I'll fix it. I promise.
he's part of Dumpster Fire Off-Road out of Colorado. He runs with the Pit Guys. They have an ongoing joke of he's the worst guest ever on the Pit Guys podcast.
Yep.
We were talking to him earlier today and kind of razzing a little bit, and he eats it up. Everybody's here to have fun. obviously everybody races for fun, but you come up here with Yellowstone Off-Road and it's a great vibe.
Yellowstone Off-Road is just one big family. We love seeing everybody out here, and we get so excited. Everybody just keeps coming back. You make more friends. Get even more excited walking through the pits. What a great shot of everybody hanging out on top of the rims up there.
Yeah, that just goes to show you if you're in anywhere in the Billings area, come on out. $20 a person. Kids 12 and under are free. And there's going to be racing action from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. tomorrow, and from 11 a.m. till roughly 6 on Saturday. We'll be giving away some hardware, some checks. The Dakota Alignment 12-hour race, there's $20,000 on the line for just the 12-hour, and there's going to be, I'm going to say $2,000 to $3,000, I believe, for the Y.O.R.R race that's intermixed with it. So if you overall the Y.O.R.R series and the 12-hour Dakota race, it really you could take home close to $15,000.
That is insane, especially for a Y.O.R.R race. This is the biggest payout of a Y.O.R.R race I think that we'll have for a while.
Oh, for sure.
I'm excited to see how this race goes.
Sounds like Jacob Shade has some front end issues, so we're trying to get his car clear to the course a little bit more.
Hey guys, how are we doing out there with the safety? Perfect, thank you.
So tomorrow's race, it'll be a 40.94 mile loop, so 41 miles basically. The Y.O.R.R series will do 4 laps, and then the 12-hour will continue. We do have 2 remote pits, one at race mile 14, one at race mile 22, and then the main hot pits is where everybody's camped.
Which is at the end of your lap, so you have to make it to the end of the lap to even pit.
Yeah, for 41 miles. And I was talking strategy to a few of our racers, and they're not expecting to use the remote pits, but they're there if you need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're hoping they can make it 41 miles and then make it to the hot pits and go. Some people are going to stop every single lap to top off with fuel. Some people can make it 3 or 4 laps, and it's just interesting.
It's so crazy to see everybody's strategy, and it's so different. Such a broad spectrum of strategies seen across the board, but we're going to see how each and every one plays out tomorrow. And I believe this is a non-chase race, so
you guys good to go?
The remote pits are really going to come in handy if somebody does need parts mid-race.
So Grizz, is this a no-chase race, correct? You have to.
Yes.
You can only work on it in the pits.
pit.
In the pits, we will assist you out there in the field.
Yeah,
So
but if it has to be
guys-
a Y.O.R.R
first affiliate.
official. Yep. So it's a
They're
no-chase race, only for safety reasons.
good, Aaron?
But you can have fellow racers stop and help you.
We're
Yes,
good.
absolutely.
That's the sportsmanship. Looks like Jeff Bachman with Dumpster Fire Off-Road in that 4-seat Polaris out of Colorado is about to take off. He's sharing. He's going to have both of his daughters co-drive for him off and on during the racing, which is really cool. And I think his 15-year-old daughter just got her permit, and she may drive part of the 12-hour after the Y.O.R.R series race.
Yes, it sounds like she's really, really excited too. She's a little nervous because she hasn't really driven much, but she's super excited. You'll see her kind of pop in on one of the interviews, but
She was a little shy.
yeah.
I got a copy.
It sounds like the whole team is just super excited. Cool, super cool to see a daughter, father.
Oh
crew
yeah,
out there.
I've got 2 little girls myself, and that just melts my heart to see them, being able to bond the way they are.
Just have so much fun out there.
John Matthews, another one of our racers. He has both of his sons that'll be sharing co-driver duties as well.
Another family crew. It's so great to see the families out doing this.
And Zach Swatsky is going to be co-driving for Jeff Bachman as well. He just arrived. That was kind of a surprise, but he is here on site. So he's here to support his Dumpster Fire Off-Road friends. So Zach, we'll have to catch up later, but glad you were able to make it, buddy.
We have an issue. We're sending now. We're sending.
Sounds like we're about ready to drop. Is it Jacob? Jeff.
Jeff Bachman. We are live now with that 4-seat Polaris Razor. That used to be Joe Gould's with the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, and then Hopper and Jeff bought this car a couple years ago, and now Hopper actually just finished I'm going to say a mid-'80s Chevrolet pickup that he'd be racing in the stock class.
I would imagine. Miles?
Hey, you just text me.
Yeah.
Here he goes up under those rims, getting ready to head into the jumps. Those jumps are so dang fun to watch too for qualifying. This is everybody's favorite part.
And there's the Kurtz off-road launch.
I got this. Miles.
Well, we've had a couple rollovers, a couple little hiccups, but Grizz, your team's keeping everything rolling pretty smooth.
Yeah, just a few little hiccups. The incident that got us off to a late start, and then just a few other little things. But these guys are on it. They've been getting everybody. You can see the car there broke in the corner. They drug it way out of the way.
Yeah, I had some front end issues, so they weren't able to drive it off the course. They had to literally drag it backwards to get it away. So good thing they qualified first, so they have extra time. We don't start racing till 10 a.m. tomorrow, but he's going to have his hands full. I did see he had a 4-seat X3 as his pre-runner, so I don't know if they'll have to salvage some parts off that or not.
Be robbing for
Where
sure.
were we? We were in Indiana just, a few weeks ago, and one of our racers, I think it was Adam Brown, did the same thing. Broke his race car on course, went back to camp, stripped down his pre-runner, took the rack out of it, took it back to on course, and put it on. I mean, these guys and gals have grit. They will make anything happen to
last
keep
year.
Our
going.
machine's been pitted out. Like our personal machine got pitted out in the pits one time.
In PAL, I turn around and they got it
It's
up
on
on
jack
jack stands and the hubs off of it and stripped down.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the no-quit attitude in all of our racers is pretty impressive. And obviously the volunteers are in the same boat. I mean, they get up early, stay up late, and just make it happen. So we'll get a time for Jeff Bachman here in just a few moments as he's about to cross over the Rugged Race Radio finish line.
237.
With a 2:37. Did you say 10th place?
10th right now, yeah.
Not bad. So Austin Painter with a 2:19, and then Mike Slauson with a 2:23.
I have no idea who that was.
Joseph Schwinn.
Joseph Schwinn, 4:28.
That one's my fault.
So he is out of Billings, Montana, just right down the road. He's got MD Tools, third pedal, and he's got a lot of co-drivers that'll be sharing. Got Ed, Mike, Owen, and Joseph.
I wonder if a couple of those co-drivers might be hopping in during the 12
Yeah, I mean, they're
race.
listed as co-drivers,
Yeah.
but they could be driving as well. I think you can
Yeah.
have up to 3 drivers and 3 co-drivers per team.
Yep.
During the 12-hour
Yeah,
or
during the 12 hour.
I got you.
Yeah, so they have to do the first 4 laps under your rules, which is just two. You can have
You could
driver?
swap 2
okay.
drivers. So
two
you
two
could-
drivers.
Makes it easy for us that way because we've never had a rule of how many you could have. Most people drive it themselves, so
Yeah.
when we did that, it made it easy. If they want to swap every 2 laps, they can.
That's perfect.
As Joseph hitting the Kurtz
you.
off-road launch.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, babe.
Sorry, Mom.
Yeah, I got them. Oh, one more?
No, I'm saying thank you.
Thank you. I'm
Okay,
good.
I just wanted to make
Thanks, Truman.
So Joseph is out there.
In his X3, and he is really brightly colored. You're not missing that one when he's going by for sure.
Yeah, Welty's car that went off first off the line looks fairly similar, and I really like the flashy. Like right here, you can see it's an orange car, but I mean, a lot of the black or the yellow Can-Ams, they really kind of blend together. But when they do that, it really pops.
Polaris have blue roll pages. Yeah.
Yes. It's nice
Well,
to
one of
see
our-
other colors.
One of our guys, knowing that we have live drone footage and that we have the helicopter out there, put "Hi Mom" on the roof, so we'll see it tomorrow when he's racing.
Eric Weichel
Oh, it
has the smiley face, a bright yellow smiley face.
You
and,
can pick him out whenever.
And I told him the first time we met, I told him thanks because from the drone footage, it's huge help.
Your sticker on the roof of his car when he was racing hammer, so I could see which,
Oh, it makes a huge difference.
And Joseph Schwend is coming through.
Joseph Schwinn, 235, and that's Derek Westrom.
235 for Joseph Schwinn.
And Derek Westrom just left in his, is it a Pro R?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I believe it is a Polaris Pro R.
1275 is his number, sorry.
He's out of Bozeman, Montana with that Pro R. With Method race wheels, Tensor tire, factory UTV, and aftermarket assassins.
And it is getting hot out here, so make sure everybody's out there drinking water and getting some sodium. You do not want to deplete your sodium out here. We don't need anybody with heat exhaustion, but the IV ladies are going to be out.
Yeah, they're going to be
tomorrow?
on site, I believe, on Saturday.
Saturday? Okay.
Now, if the racers are racing Saturday, they got a deal for them in town. So the same price as in town. You just go to their store, and it's not that far off of the airport road there.
That's such an amazing thing to do because you don't realize how quickly you can get dehydrated out there just being hot.
Yeah, I've never had one of those. I really need to try it out one of these times.
I went and got one last Sunday just because I knew I was going to have a problem, and then I was the first person to sign a waiver for Saturday.
It's such a great thing because a lot of people don't have onboard water or anything. The only time you're going to get water or any sort of electrolytes that you're sweating out the entire time is when you come into pit. And if you've ever tried to drink out of a water bottle through a helmet, it is quite a rodeo.
Well, lots of people put straws in their water bottle for that situation.
And a lot of people aren't smart enough to bring straws if you're in our pit.
If you can't make fun of yourself, you can,
Yeah,
right? I like your
exactly.
style. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. We are qualifying. We started roughly about 3:40 or so. I hear a Yamaha taking off. Number 67, JT Knapp out of Sun River, Montana with that YXC.
Derek Westrom just finished
232.
with a 232.
Right now.
Oh,
And he
that's
is
fourth
running-
overall. That's pretty impressive. But still, fastest time of the day is Austin Painter with that 219, followed closely by Mike Slauson with a 223.
That is insane. How close they are. I'm very curious to see how this YXC does. How many YXCs do we have? Do you know?
Just the two.
The
That's
two?
at least two I've
Just
seen.
Dan and
Yeah. and
JT.
Yep.
There's maybe
then-
one
yeah,
more.
because then
I
the
thought
other-
there was one more.
The other one's a Wildcat.
Oh, the other one's a Wildcat. I gotcha.
And a Talon.
And a
they
Talon.
have
Yeah, Honda Talon, lots of Can-Ams, lots of Polaris. I don't see any speed UTVs here. I think there has been in the past.
No, we have never had.
Never had one? Okay.
No, never had.
I'd love to see one because I want to see how they do. Especially
Yeah, I would-
on like this long, deserty.
Yeah,
style
it'd be
race.
cool. I was down at the Nora 500 earlier this year, and Robbie had, I think, 10 arrive and drive speed units, and they're
my
really
goodness.
cool to see. They had a really nice setup.
That would be so cool to watch.
Oh, it's hot right here.
It's 76 degrees, little bit of wind,
And a lot of dust.
and a lot of dust. Yeah, I'm
dust.
glad we did move into the trailer because
Yeah, that
when
was
we first
like-
got here, it was going to be
Remember
rough.
3 years ago, was it? When
It
you
just-
stood outside in the dust. They started in the same spot.
Oh my goodness.
What's that old saying? Can't fix stupid, right?
Yeah.
And here we are.
I
I
like
mean, it took me like 5 years to figure out that I should just have them put a porta potty next to the sheds.
There's a great shot of the Rugged Race Radio start line.
We have just enough wind to blow that dust
That's still
out
black.
of the way, but hopefully it's not getting in anybody's way.
So again, we need to give a huge shout out to Elevated Power Sports, Tractor and Equipment, Montana Drone Company, Opportunity Bank, Dakota Alignment and Frame, Dust Pods, Corbin Custom Works, C4 Fab, ZRP, Kurtz Off-Road, and Combustion Syndicate.
0865, Jordan Simpson.
And
Just turned off.
oh, Jordan Simpson just took off, and JT just crossed our finish line. He's in his 2019 Turbo S out of Hinton, Alabama.
Alberta, Canada, I
Alberta,
believe.
Canada.
Yeah.
There's lots of Canadians down here
It's
this
great.
time.
Yeah,
I'm
Brinker's
super
down
excited.
here, Sean Holland.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them because this is
been
their
hard.
closest race.
COVID really put a damper on it, and they couldn't get down here for a long time. So I'm glad for them to come back.
And they're a hoot.
They're
fun.
oh man,
They're
so
fun.
funny. The rattlesnake story I will never forget.
Yeah, so what was that? 2 or 3 years ago, we were here and they saw a rattlesnake and they were worried if it's like a protected animal or something. They said, no, shoot it. And we're like, well, we're from Canada, we can't bring guns. So they grabbed a hockey stick because you never know when a bar fight's going to show up or a hockey game. So Sean Holland beat her up, and man, that's a funny story.
Better to stay.
We laughed about that this morning in the pits for a little bit.
We have pictures of it. They sent us pictures. It's funny.
So Jordan Simpson with Freedom Power Sports, UTV Armory, HSB Industries, and Self Care Awareness.
At least the dogs.
This is his second race, Aaron saying, with at least with Y.O.R.R.
I think
We're
he
glad to
raced
have him
all
back.
that Stuff, but he came to Powell, so that's the first.
He was here in Powell and he's back again, so we're glad to see him out continuing through the series.
I got it.
It sounds like he's been racing some local races in Canada and has been
The other one's
loving it. I'm not sure how he's placing, but we're glad to have him down here. I'm sure it's been quite a jaunt to get down and through customs.
Turnout was good. I don't know what the total turnout is sitting at right now, but
We're going to go over that tonight and make sure it's
Clear.
Oh, Dallas is changing after. Or they not going or what? What are we doing?
changing a drive, but we can keep going. We just won't have live. I'm good
Do
with
you
it.
want, what do you want to do? Send them or no? Hey, you guys can send them.
Yeah, we're waiting for the drone.
Next through the Rugged Radios and TDK flags is number T976.
okay. I believe he's a late entry. He's the one that came through, so I don't have him on my sheet.
Hold on, I'll pull it up. Oh yeah, he just got here, like, as I was,
He literally got here about 1 hour ago.
While we were setting up timing.
yeah, go ahead.
So again, Aaron and Grizz, they're welcoming to anybody. So
I don't have his, he just created an account. He doesn't have any sponsors, and he's from
in a brand new Maverick R.
Out of Livingston, Montana.
Well, at least that's where I used to live 4 years ago when he raced with us before.
4 years ago he lived in Livingston. He may be in not the same.
We'll just roll with it.
Yeah, we're
sorry.
gonna say
Not
yes.
certain.
And Montana Drone Company is back in the air. Had to land and swap some batteries.
Thank you.
Such a great footage of with the drones. You can't. It's amazing.
And it just doesn't do it justice. There is quite a bit of elevation changes, but it's just absolutely beautiful out here.
Yes. I just can't believe how well they keep up with those cars because those cars are absolutely moving.
as he hits the Kurtz off-road launch.
Michael, I have outlet.
Aaron, do you have a name on him? What's his name?
Aaron King. His name's Aaron King. He's
So
from New
Aaron
York.
King
Brand new Maverick car.
in a brand new Maverick R. Fairly local out of Montana.
Just going under the end of those rims through that straightaway, getting ready to hit those whoops. Gotta love that section. It's pretty flowy there for a second, and then it gets into that first G out, and man, they'll get you. You gotta be paying attention for those.
On this 1 mile qualifier, getting everything set up for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour. Kicking off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Tomorrow's, well, Friday and Saturday's races will be on adjusted time. So qualifying is important because you can see that dust. Just think of another 50 cars out in front of you. So,
Oh man.
you know, you don't have to qualify first, but I think it'd be handy to qualify up there a little ways.
Definitely. That dust is going to settle in, and it is just hanging. Even with the wind that we do have, it's not enough to get it out of the way.
3951 Aaron.
So that is Andrew Sanders, number 3951, out of Maysville, Washington, and his X3. He wants to give a huge shout out to his mom and dad, Rugged Race Radios, Tecton Tools, BFG Tires, and Poor Choices.
I love that. It looks like he's coming up under the rims, and then he'll be going through that Kurtz off-road jump. Everybody loves that jump. That's the most exciting part about qualifying, in my opinion, is watching that jump from the rims. Just watching them come underneath you. So cool.
Such a beautiful qualifying course. And spectating for this is absolutely amazing. They're up about, I'm going to say, maybe 50 feet elevation above the valley, and you can see the entire 1 mile short course. And there's another qualifying course that we can run here that's about a 4 mile qualifier, but we want to keep everything running smoothly, especially for these guys and gals that have to race 12 hours tomorrow. And we were guessing, 10-ish laps for the 12-hour, but talking to Mike Slauson, he's thinking more like 14.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
It depends on how fast you are. He's a speedy fella, so I'm curious to see what the spread is on a lot of these guys after the even 5 hours after the Y.O.R.R race.
So we have, I believe, 30 or so, and again, I'm going to crunch some numbers tonight, so I'll have it for you tomorrow. But I think we have roughly 30 that are entered into the 12-hour, and I bet you we have less than 15 that finish 12 hours. That's a lot.
I would agree with that.
Usually less than 50% finish.
Yeah, the attrition is
The
going to be high.
actual 4-lap race. It'll be really interesting to see how many of these can keep their car together to even finish the Y.O.R.R race to start the 12-hour race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Fastest lap on this track was
Did you say Paul Wolf last year?
Paul Wolf last year.
52 something.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
So, I don't think you're going to get much faster than that.
So Jeremy Brown, 824 out of Loveland, Colorado, in his Razor Pro R with Method Race Wheels, Tensor Tire, Thumbs Up Racing, and Stacy Brown. Do we have a time for Andrew Saunders?
I do.
We've already sent out so many cars, and I'm peeking out of the trailer, and we've still got all of the trucks to get through and several more UTVs.
Is Rowdy going to try qualifying?
Yeah, he is. He told
He
me
better.
I have direct orders to text when they're through the side-by-sides.
Yeah, he had 236, which puts him in
So
13th.
236 for Andrew Saunders, and that's roughly 13th for now.
For now. You never know what these fast guys are going to do.
And on screen right now is Jeremy Brown out of Loveland, Colorado.
And these guys tomorrow on that race, even though they're separate, so for the Y.O.R.R, there's separate classes. So you got your classes on that. The 12 hours all combined.
So winner takes all.
Winner takes
I
all.
love that.
Doesn't matter if you're in an RS1, you're in an unlimited, or you're in a turbo, or a naturally aspirated.
Does not matter.
Pro R,
1,000.
whatever.
Pro R
Yep.
1000 or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Well,
An
Pro
old
R's
school-
are 2,000.
Those are, but you old school 1000, you could race that.
I mean, you have to make it. For a
You
long
have to
time.
finish.
Yeah.
You just
To-
have
to-
to finish.
To finish first, you
you
must finish.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I do think the driving at 70% all day long tomorrow is what it's gonna take, because I think there's gonna be a few people out early that are running strong, running fast. It's gonna bite them.
Yeah. I mean, some of the new ones you don't have to worry about it, but some of these older cars, I mean, running that hard, you got belt life. Like,
Yeah.
Like changing a belt takes time. So do you run it at 70 and not have to do it, or do you
Hopefully not have to.
hopefully not have to do it, right?
Looks like he's about to come through the finish.
That's Jared McGee, number 4985, with Justin Reese riding shotgun out of Watkins, Colorado, with Rusty Nail Racing. He's got worn winches, rigid lighting, Metal FX wheels, Sandcraft, and CT Raceworks. Great to see Rusty Nail. They've been racing Ultra 4 all year. They raced down at the Baja, now up here in Montana, so they've been busy.
Makes for a full year.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Busy one.
And the only schedule I can see busier than that is yours, Miles.
It's been a busy year, but it's been fun. I'm glad we were able to squeak this one in. Thanks for having me up. So Jared McGee out of Watkins, Colorado, with Rusty Nail Racing.
We're having some pretty consistent laps over here between right around 230, 233, 235.
Yeah, so right now, Austin Painter, Mike Slauson, Tyler Nelson, Jeremy Brown out of 229, then Aaron Kane in that Maverick R. So we got like the Pro R, then the Maverick R, then a
Yeah,
Pro
the top
R.
5 are pretty close.
Yeah.
Give me a rundown on those again. It's Austin Painter, then Mike Slauson,
Tyler Nelson.
Jeremy
Jeremy Brown.
Brown,
Aaron Kane.
Aaron Kane,
Derek Westrom.
Derek Westrom,
Nate Thompson.
Nate Thompson,
Sean
Sean
Connell.
Connell,
Cody
Cody
Olson.
Olson,
And Casey Welty.
and Casey Welty's our top 10 for now. We still have a few more to go. I see Paul Leach out on the start line. He's patiently awaiting.
He's out of Great Falls, Montana.
They are also one of our sponsors for the 12-hour race, with dust pods.
Ah, okay.
So-
And what is the dust pod? That's
It is.
new to me.
It's a chemical you put in your water tanks. They use it for road work. They use it. They own a circle track in
okay.
Great Falls.
So it's a dust
it's
control.
Dust control. So
Yep.
they do it. They work it in the ground, and it keeps all the dust out. And they use it on road jobs and
Nice.
stuff. So
We should get that here.
that's what I said to him when he sponsored. I said, "You want to sponsor with just like giving us a water truck with some dust pods in there?"
Yeah.
He's probably wishing he did right now.
Yeah.
He's wishing he had. But he was one of the large sponsors for the 20,000 for the 12-hour race.
So Paul Leach is off in his Pro R out of Great Falls, Montana, with Travis Gillett riding shotgun with dust pods.
242.
242 for Jeremy Brown.
Or for Jared McGee.
Jared McGee.
Jared
Oh,
McGee.
that was Jared McGee. Jeremy Brown was the last one. So Jared McGee.
Is Tyler Leach running separate from Paul? Do you
So
know?
I think Paul's racing and John's racing. And then Tyler, I think Tyler's racing the...
4 hours.
One of the boys is
4 lap.
racing the non-turbo class in a Honda.
One of the boys, I believe it's Tyler. He raced in Powell and won it, I believe, at 15. He races 2 different stock car mods in Great Falls. We've been watching him a couple weekends. Doing real well at it.
39.75 something. Cody Piscatella.
So we're still watching Paul Leach in that Pro R out of Great Falls, Montana with Dust Pods out there running strong. What a great short course we have here. 1 mile. This is qualifying for tomorrow's 12-hour Dakota alignment race. Oh, he hits that G out a little harder than he meant to, I believe. But he's able to save it. But I'll bet you he felt that one. He used all the suspension there.
Those little G-outs, man, they are gnarlier than they look.
And that's just 2 out of how many out on tomorrow's 40-mile lap.
Oh, man. It's
All
a
the
good thing we've
G-outs
got
on that track are
gnarly.
I would hate to be in a single-seater. I'll be honest. I'd really like somebody watching that GPS saying, hey, danger.
Right.
Just give me the circle of death.
Before Next Gens and Hans were required, I was pre-running with our old driver, and I'd actually got whiplash.
So off the line next is Cody Pissel out of Hayden, Idaho. He's running with hand controls. Yeah, we just got completely dusted out right here. But yeah, Cody's running the first, I believe, 6 hours with hand control. So one on his left hand's running gas and brake, his right hand's holding the wheel. That's super impressive. We had a fun chat with him earlier today, so we'll play his little highlight tomorrow. He wants to thank Pryotech, Vital Motion Company, Blaze Racing Services, Tensor, Union Graphics, and Hen Racing.
And what a cool car. He was showing us how it works. So you'll have to catch his interview tomorrow because, oh man, he is going to be tired after that 6-hour shift.
Yeah, Grizz was just going over.
You just tell me about it.
Yeah, you just did this at King of the Hammers just a year ago, I guess. A year and a half, I guess now. But yeah, I mean,
And
left
he's out in
hand,
the boonies over
left
there.
hand doing gas and brake, right hand steering wheel. Your arms are just got to be dead by the end of the day.
Dude, I couldn't even, I mean, I hate to put this as an example, but they handed me a beer on stage when I finished it. I couldn't even hold it. Just like my hands were that tired.
But
Forearms.
you finished.
Yeah, it's work. So he's gonna. I mean, super cool to watch him do that, and super cool to watch somebody that, you know, after an accident came back and was able to do what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he said this is, I believe, his second year racing four wheels. So it's pretty cool to see.
He was a dirt biker back in the day.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Super cool to watch him and watch that you have that never give up attitude and you just keep striving.
Yeah, the never give up attitude, absolutely. I mean, you've got it yourself too.
Yes.
Great to see.
So important.
You know, you think you can race, right? Well, this guy's racing with just hands. So if you have that thought, he's just showing you that anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
So huge shout out to Cody for making this happen. I was asking him how hard he's going to run, and he's like, well, he doesn't have a whole lot of spare parts, so he's going to take her a little bit easier than normal.
I think he did last year, which was one of his first races, was here, and he finished.
I think you're right, yeah.
He did finish the race, and it was super exciting for me. It was super
amazing.
awesome. Who just took off?
So that's Jeremy Ratchin with his X3 out of Hitchcock, South Dakota with Stretches Well Services, Hiles Farms, Vansburg Farms, Hiles Trucking, AA Motorsports, Van Burks Farms, PJ's Machine and Repair, S3 Power Sports, Mom and Dad, Tara and the Kids. So a family that races together, stays together.
He's coming through that next jump. back up under the rims again. Those are so dang fun too. Oh, not under the rims. I apologize.
This next corner that he's
Down
coming up
from.
to. Oh, sorry, the one before that. It's like one of my favorite corners. Like
Up
it's
on the
the
roof.
one that comes up,
Up on
into
the
the
wall.
mountain.
Oh, so fun. Up on the
Oh,
wall.
a big bowl, yeah.
Just a
Yeah.
oh, such a fun corner. That is.
I was coming across there, and I had Dalen, and we were in the side by side, and he had the motor grader out here. And I said, "Wouldn't it be cool if we could just go up and just go into that bowl and make that a corner?" And he hopped in the motor grader, and heck of an operator.
What's a
Next
motor
thing you
grader?
know-
Is that a dozer?
Yeah, that's.
I thought you
exactly what
were
it is.
you were a cat guy, and you know what a rotor grader is.
It's a motor grader, and or a road smoother. So we smooth the roads.
Yeah, we have a lot of your stuff out here, tractor equipment with cats, so
Yep.
they've helped us out quite a bit. We got their generators, a couple of pieces of equipment,
They
some light
sponsored the
towers.
live feed.
Yeah, live feed.
Only thing I don't have is a cervical color, but when he comes back, I'm gonna see if we can
Going through that next little G out. Oh, getting a little bouncy, but still absolutely moving. That dust is just hanging too. That wind's starting to die down for the second being. Hopefully we can get it to come back. Not be so hot for everybody too. It's starting to get warm, getting stagnant down here in this bowl.
Off the line now is the 1933 of Randy Tucker out of Malta, Montana with his Can-Am Maverick R with Elite Diesel, Elevated Power Sports, and Olson Excavation. Those Mav R's have a pretty distinct sound. They're loud and proud.
They're super
He had some
loud.
pretty bad luck in Pal. So
Sounds like lots of people did.
yeah,
Powell
so
was
Pal was rough, but he didn't even get to start the race.
That's real rough.
They had an issue with the car. I don't even know exactly what it is, but elevated, jumped right on it and got him ready for this race.
That's cool,
They had to
yeah.
switch out some components. So, but he ended up racing his wife's car
Oh my gosh.
and kicked her out of the seat. So
How'd that go?
I think this will be her first year racing, so she was kind of okay.
Okay,
with
yeah.
it.
Still getting her feet wet, huh?
Yeah, she hopped in the passenger seat and went from there.
figure out how to turn
And his daughter races in the youth class.
Yep, the youth class.
In her
so,
little 170.
which is fun. We'll run that on this same track. So the youth kids will run this same race tomorrow on the same track on Saturday.
Saturday, yeah.
So they'll run this same loop and they'll just come back around and just do 30 minutes worth of racing.
This is such a great one for the kids too because it's got the big corners, it's got the wall, it's got the jumps.
And that's Saturday morning at 10 a.m. We'll go live with the youth.
His head was in the wheel well.
So Randy Tucker's still out there making some dust. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. We are qualifying.
Oh, wait, it's next to John Leach.
It looks like Randy's just about to head in for our finish. And our next one's taking off.
Off the line as we speak is the number 8 of John Leach. And that X3 out of Black Eagle, Montana with Dust Pods and Lowenbro Motors. Lowenbro.
Yep. It's a construction company, I believe, out of Great Falls.
Like I said, they're one of our sponsors for the 12-hour race, so
Big thank you to them for sure.
doesn't look like, I looked down the lineup, it doesn't look like his son's going to try qualifying, so just do
And
a
I
back
see
shot.
Sawyer is riding shotgun. Is that?
That's one of the other kids, so
It's
it's
what-
two brothers,
Yeah, okay.
Paul and John, and then their kids. So
That's cool.
Honestly, I'm always like, I cannot keep the kids straight because there's Ryder, Tyler,
Sawyer.
Sawyer, and then
There's the other one, yeah.
Yeah, and I never, when I see them, I don't see them very often, so when I do see them, I can't remember which ones are which, because they don't.
6422.
They're not all at the same time. You can't see.
No, yeah, exactly. you know, in a year's time they change. Kids grow. So then I'm like, I don't even know which one you are anymore. He's in the truck. Oh, Jeff.
So John Leach is still out there,
He is
about halfway through his 1 mile qualifier.
You can go back there and chit chat. You know you're good at it.
It's starting to get extra dusty. It's hanging down here in this little
Yeah,
bowl,
the
so-
wind's still out there, but yeah, it's not quite enough.
Yeah.
And we sure hope it's windy the next couple days. So we'll be sitting at the start-finish line for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour and the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 for the big cars on Saturday as well. Everybody will be racing the same 41-mile loop.
And here comes
Caleb Rupp off the side.
John
You can hear
Leach
him.
coming through, and Caleb Rupp.
Caleb Rupp and another Maverick R out of Sturgis, South Dakota with C4 fabrication, Maxxis tires, KMC wheels, Tech Sierra Tech, ZRP, Baja Designs, S3 Power Sport, and LSK suspension.
He's our
There's a
points
lot of
leader.
Maverick R's.
He's our points leader right now.
That is one thing I'm usually pretty good about, but I forgot to do my homework on the points for your series, so I
So
apologize
he is our
about that.
points leader right now. So
So Caleb
He
Rupp's
will-
definitely the one to watch, huh?
he will.
Yes.
He will throw down a good qualifying time right now.
And right now, the fastest time to beat still is 2:19 by Austin Painter.
Looks like there's 4 more side by sides. 1, 2, 3, 4 before we go to the trucks.
That's cute.
I'm ready to get into the trucks. The trucks are always my
So that's
favorite.
who.
Looks like Sheridan's lined up there pretty quick, so you'll have
Because
it.
Alex is riding with Caleb.
Okay.
So Miles too. I don't know if I have that on his.
Sheridan have a new wrap, it looks like.
Yes, she does.
She used to have a purple 1600 car, and now it's blue.
Brighter blue and purple still.
And purple
'cause
still?
She is not. That girl's not going away from purple. So looks like Caleb Rupp's on the last straightaway coming into the whoop section.
Oh, and it looks like, did he roll or did he brake?
Oh, I don't know. He is not moving.
It is hard to tell what's happening right now. He's moving.
Back
He's
going.
back going. Not sure, must have been a little mishap there.
So riding with Caleb Rupp is Alex Fleming. Is his passenger with
Oh, shoot. I can see it too.
it's
They're
not
in
on here.
They're in a 4Runner.
Hold on just a sec. I'm like struggling right now.
The Sherpa Motorsports.
Motorsports.
Lord
Sorry,
have
guys.
mercy. We're blanking. It's been an hour and a
Totally
half of
sorry,
talking.
Alex, for that
Oh,
one.
we're lifting a tire off the ground. 3 wheels, corners. We love to see it. Buddy, you better be careful.
He's trying to make up for whatever happened there.
Hopefully he doesn't overdrive it though. Oof, getting a little wobbly.
Here he's coming down the straightaway.
Coming through.
Off the line right there was number 2 of Cody Williams. Cody Williams is in a Pro R out of Gillette, Wyoming. Passengers George Williams. Sponsors are Peak Power Sports, Octane Garage,
Parkman Bar and Grill, Gillette Construction, Liberty Tax, Combustion Syndicate, and Bighorn Beverage. Cody Williams is another one that's pretty
He's,
quick too.
He's the famous checkers or wreckers. So
Yes, he
I love
is.
that style.
He's got a red, white, and blue
what did Cody Rupp run? Caleb run?
window nets.
Aaron, what did Caleb run?
Oh, sorry. 240.
240. 240.
Wow, that's a little further off pace than I
He's
anticipated.
stopped. He was dead
Oh, I
stopped
missed that.
on the
in
track.
the middle
yeah.
of the track back there. Before.
And
Okay.
his passenger is Alex Fleming.
Oh, all right.
So-
With
Yeah.
Sherpa.
Sherpa, yeah, they
Motorsports.
usually race up here in that Toyota.
Yep.
Cool. So Fleming's here. There's a few names that I recognize that I didn't expect to see. I just saw Justin Reese talking about that he was Rusty Nail. We just talked about him. So there's a few names that's like, that's great to see.
Once we start getting into the pro trucks, I bet there's going to be a lot more, because we got a lot of 4,400 cars here. And 48 and 45. So.
And I'm wondering if this guy sitting here on the line isn't. Oh, it's Mike Morgan.
Mike Morgan?
Yes. Out of Lake Tapps, Washington in his Pro R. He's waiting to go. We're waiting for Cody Williams to come back, and it looks like he should be getting pretty close to coming around through that last corner.
Shelby, I just want to say, I stepped out for just a minute, take a quick little break. You've done a great job. This has been a lot of fun, and I know you're new to this, and you're, just this morning we were chatting it up, and it's just a good time going out there and hanging out with everybody, and you're doing great. So keep it up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This has been super fun, so I appreciate you letting me shadow you around and see what's going on.
Oh, for sure.
Not as fun as racing though.
Not as fun as sitting in a race car is pretty fun, but it's kind of nice not sweating my butt off in a fire suit.
So
too.
Cody Williams across the Rugged Race Radio's finish line with a 2.26. That's top 5, right? Man, that's pretty good. Oh, that is 5th. Nice.
Doing a battery change real quick.
Got our drone. Gonna set him down for just a moment. Do a quick little battery change.
Only 2 more side-by-sides after Morgan,
Mike Morgan.
And then we'll be switching over to the 1600s and the trucks.
And the Unlimiteds and everybody else in between.
Yes.
What are you racing for?
Yeah, we have the 1600 class, the modified stock, the comp mods, and the pro class. And taking off now as we speak is Mike Morgan in that Pro R out of Lake Tapps, Washington. So just a couple more UTVs to go and we'll switch into our bigger class cars. The 1600 class is an open wheel, single or 2-seater. Has to be a 1600cc VW engine and a Type 1 VW suspension. We have the mod stock. And it's made, you can have engines are not to be high performance style, but you can, put a 350 in your Jeep or a 302 in your Ranger, just kind of a budget friendly class. 33-inch tires, wheelbase must stay within 4 inches. And again, this is modified stock. And then we have the comp mod that's just a step above where you can have a couple more shocks, up to a 37-inch tire. Any axles are allowed. Modified engines and engine swaps are allowed.
As
They just
long
have to
as they're in the stock
as
position.
long
Yep.
as they stay up front like they were from the factory.
Yep.
And then the pro class, unlimited suspension, tire, horsepower, and everything in between. Just no nitrous or alcohol.
You can have as much fun as you want, as long as it's not nitrous or alcohol. Have at her. Those are the ones that smell really.
Enough. Let the suspension soak it up, and here's the G out number 2. And just think of this: they're only one car on a track at a time. Once we start, get a little interesting. So that's where your co-driver really needs to be on the ball and reading those notes for dangers and no passing. If I was a co-driver, I would absolutely be out there and put passing zone yes, passing zone no. Let you know, and that does sometimes you'll step out and there's something there that'll bite you. On screen it looks like a wide open cow pasture, but it's so technical. It really is.
Yes. And just leaving the line, we have Cody Schaefer in the T824 car. He's out of Golden, Colorado in his X3. His sponsors are Motorsport.com, Baja Designs, KWI Clutching, Rev Designs, Zollinger Race Products, KMC Wheels, EFX Tires, CBR, S3 Power Sports, Pyrotech, Galfer USA, MotorX USA, and Rugged Radios.
A lot of great sponsors out there to make everything possible. Speaking of, we need to give a huge shout out to Throttle Down Customs, Elevated Power Sports, Tractor and Equipment, Montana Drone, Opportunity Bank, Dakota Alignment and Frame, Dust Pods, Corbin Custom Works, C4 Fabrication, ZRP, Kurtz Off-Road, Combustion Syndicate, Rugged Race Radios, Blackbeard Broncos, Must Be Nice Performance, Jim and Tracy Alignment, Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, DRW Performance, Epic Racewear, Lindbridge, Automatic Vending Services, Copyright, Napa, Mickey Thompson, NetGen, PRP, Revive IV, and AJ's Diesel. So again, please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing sponsors, we would not be racing here in Broadview, Montana for the Big Sky 200.
Here goes Cody Schaefer on that straightaway again. He's getting ready to come into that corner with all those little whoops and G-outs. Everybody's favorite spot. The first half of that qualifying course is really fast, and then it starts to slow you up real quickly.
Okay, thanks.
A lot of the times your nerves get the better of you when you're on those jumps before you get going, and then you kind of settle in. By the time you get to that second half, that's a little bit scarier. And here comes Cody Schaefer coming through that last corner before he goes through the TDK and the Rugged Radio flags. He is absolutely flying.
And off the line now is Jordan Rupp in his X3 out of Sturgis, South Dakota with Jordan's Got a Gun Tobacco. Jordan's Got a Gun Tattoo Studio, C4 Fabrication, Maxxis Tires, KMC Wheels, ZRP, Baja Designs, S3 Power Sports, and LSK Suspension. Tomorrow's race will be on adjusted time. We'll have one main hot pit, two remote pits. We have Hogan's Alley, Scotts Bluff, Dead Cow Corner. There'll be a 41-mile lap.
Matthew. Thank you.
Tomorrow morning, we start at 10 a.m. The Y.O.R.R race is 4 laps, and then we continue on till after 10 p.m. for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour race.
So this is Caleb's wife in his old car.
So
He
this
has
is
a Maverick R, and
awesome.
His car.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's funny.
So
She's getting ready to talk
She's
to...
on the course right now.
This is
Jordan.
Caleb Rupp's wife, Jordan, on the course right now in her own car.
His old car.
His
He
old
stepped
car.
up to a Maverick R, and she got hand-me-down the race car. That's awesome.
I know, today when they were getting their transponders, I'm like, you should mix them up. And she started, he didn't hear me, but she did, and she started laughing. She's like, yeah, I should.
Oh my gosh, that'd be funny though.
It would be funny. Like, why is Jordan being Caleb?
So Jordan and Caleb will be out there, husband and wife, racing against each other. Oh, blows a little corner a little wide, but keeps her under control. There's that first little G-out, slows down nice and steady for it. G-out number 2. That's smooth and steady.
As Jordan finishes here, she's getting close. We have Matthew Weiss, the first of our trucks, a comp mod car. hanging out, ready to go. He's been sitting here for a long while, so I'm sure he is hot and ready to get out of that fire suit.
Jordan's got a great run going. This will be a mid-pack qualifying run. Still the fastest today is Austin Painter. And I'm not sure if the big cars will be able to beat that or not. I think it's going to be tough. So Grizz, what's your thoughts?
And Matthew Weiss is off the line.
Number 55 with James Weiss riding shotgun in a 1991 Jeep YJ with a 6-liter and 1 tons out of Meade, Colorado with Yukon gear and axle.
237 is what Jordan.
That's what?
237 for Jordan Leach.
No, Jordan.
Jordan Rump, sorry.
237. That's 3 seconds faster than Caleb.
A little bit of bragging rights there, isn't it?
Wow.
Well, remember, he stopped on the track.
He
so.
did.
Hey,
But still,
times are times.
Times are times.
I'm like, I would not let him live it down.
The
Oh, yeah.
story's yours, but the paper's out.
There's that great bowl corner you were talking about, Grizz.
Oh, such a fun corner.
What you can't see on the TV here, on the camera, it doesn't give it justice, is how rocky it really is.
Oh, yeah. There's a
Just
lot of
many
rocks.
choppy rocks. It's just like loose rocks. So
Bumpy, too. It is not smooth.
And here is the Kurtz off-road launch. And tomorrow during the race, we'll have the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump. Usually it's the big jump going up, but we're going backwards this year, so it's kind of going to be a floater jump. I still think it's going to make for some great pictures.
yeah, definitely.
Who's the sponsor of the helicopter?
Premier Alignment
Premier Alignment.
Out of
We'll have
Philly.
some
out of Billings.
out of Billings. We'll have some great highlights that we'll be putting up on our social later on this weekend.
No, it's good. I mean,
So Matt Weiss is in our comp mod. He races 4,500 in Ultra 4, so it's kind of the comp mod class. Has to have some kind of stock frame. Engine has to be in the same location, but you can upgrade engines. 37-inch DOT tires. You can have 2.5 inch shocks per corner. Any axles are allowed, unlimited horsepower. And has to have some kind of mechanical steering is one of the big limitations in that class.
Can
Steering
you
is
do hydro assist then, or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Assist, but you still have to have mechanical.
Yeah,
Yep.
mechanical.
And
Do the hydro assist.
early days in the EMC for King of the Hammers, they were doing what they call boat steering, and it was kind of a very gray area, but we're tightening the leases on that just a little bit.
Randy Wright just left the line in the 03 green Jeep, the 98 TJ with King shocks, a Dana 44 513 gears, is built by him and his son out of Arvada, Colorado. He wants to thank Select Water Solution, Sam Hill Oil Company, ThreadX Machine, PT Hose and Bearing, and his wife, in all capital letters.
I love when they sneak that in there.
Yes.
That one's good, and then usually you see Visa, MasterCard.
yeah. I'm sure a little bit of everybody uses that one.
Yes, absolutely. You gotta get your points.
I've been getting plenty of points lately
Oh, I'm sure.
as he hits the Kurtz off-road launch.
He is moving. That
Yeah,
Jeep
Randy Wright
works
is going
too.
strong. We'll get a time for Matt Weiss here shortly.
3 minutes even.
3 minutes even. Obviously, these times times will be about in that ballpark, I'm sure, until we get up into the pros.
45.83 is
And
this.
he pulled up and I said, oh, never to go know who you are because you painted it a different color.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. I was like, who was that? And it used to be a dark green 03 car, and now it's.
She said, it's still green. I'm like, yeah. Now I'm being confused and tagging. Like, who is it?
Well, it doesn't take much sometimes.
Not often at all, actually.
Next on the line, we have car number 4583 in the Pro Unlimited class.
That's Eddie Oliver.
Eddie Oliver.
Sorry. I could have got his numbers messed up. So they're all gonna be in the Pro and Pro Unlimited classes because I don't know how we were splitting them when I was making your thing.
Oh.
Is he not on there?
So,
He is. He's just in a weird page.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's is with Pro and Pro Unlimited.
So he's in a
So he's in a
4500.
4500. So
Yeah, it's a
he'll race in the comp
4500
mod
car.
class. So he'll race in the comp mod class, but when everybody was,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
So we'll
how
put him in the
many were.
comp mod class. It fits these rules about
close.
the best. And off the line is Eddie Oliver and Justin Lyons in that 1999 Jeep Wrangler out of Federal Way, Washington, with a Milestar tires, Yukon gear and axle, NW engine and machine, and Rough Stuff specialties. That's an Ultra 4 car. He's been racing with us for quite a while. Great to see him dabbling with Yellowstone off-road racing.
Oh, I know. I'm doing the same thing because I'm getting my arm treated, so I'm right over here where I'm sitting.
So Eddie Oliver chasing him through the bowl as we speak.
I'm going to the house. He got power back. I went down there at 6 o'clock this morning. Power was on.
Over that jump, and he's coming into the second turn, heading towards that second jump. That's a pretty fun corner too as well, but you gotta really be paying attention because it's a slippery one. There's nothing holding you in.
Aaron, do you have a time for Randy Wright?
I do. 256.096.
So 256, so 4-second split Randy Wright and Matt Weiss. So on screen right now is Eddie Oliver and Justin Lyons.
Ethan never recorded this.
Again, if you're just tuning in, thank you very much. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. We are qualifying on this 1 mile qualifying loop, getting everything set up for Friday and Saturday's racing. Those races will be on adjusted time, so this is just your starting position. Your race doesn't start until you leave the line. Eddie Oliver with a great run right now. Looks like a 256 is the time to beat in his class thus far.
And start telling that it's the bigger horsepower now. The 222 car must be running race fuel. I can smell it rolling in.
Yeah, Randy right with that 256, but yeah, I can smell the race fuel, so we're getting to that high horsepower.
Good.
Up next is Richard Moore in a Campbell chassis. I recognized that car when it drove by earlier. And to get a time for Eddie Oliver is
236.
236. Wow. So shaved quite a bit of time off.
That is a speedy run.
Yeah, that's shaved 20 seconds
Holy
off. So
smokes. That
Eddie
is
Oliver with a
spread.
great run. And now we're into our Pro Unlimited classes. They'll be intermixed. And all these, the big cars will be racing at the same time, starting at 11 a.m. on Saturday. This is Mountain Standard Time. So Richard Moore, the third, is the first in the Pro Unlimited / Ultra 4. They'll be mixing it up with the Pro class as well.
And the stall class. They're all kind of lined up all over the place, so it might be confusing for a little bit.
Yeah, all the classes are kind of intermixed. It's just kind of get in where you fit in. So we'll get it all squared away on our timing, and you'll be able to see they're starting over on the Y.O.R.R pages later on this evening. Is there a live link we can tell them about for timing?
There will be tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get that out and we'll blast that out on our social, and I'll shout it out to you. We don't have it quite set up today, but we'll get our live timing up and going for the race.
I did not have time to do this.
And off the line now is Richard Moore out of Mount Vernon, Washington, with that 2015 Campbell chassis. I'm sure you've heard of Shannon Campbell, a 3-time King of the Hammers champion. He builds a lot of cars, and a lot of his cars are still out there racing today. And this is a great spot for it to kind of, it's not retired because he's still out there moving strong, but to see that car still be competitive up here in Y.O.R.R is pretty fun.
That's pretty exciting.
1459
We've got quite a few Ultra 4s here too. This
Yeah.
is one of their favorites, and from the sounds of it.
should be in the pro.
This is a really fun track. What's that?
That's
59.
That's Tibbetts.
That's, yeah, Melvin.
So Richard Moore is out on track. Up next is Melvin Tibbetts.
This will be one to watch too during the pro race. The Tibbetts are always very, very fast. Super fun to watch. You've probably seen Monty if you've been around, and Monty's very fast.
As he's getting ready to hit the Kurtz off-road launch.
Catching a little bit of air there, coming around the corner. He's doing a pretty quick run. They're definitely not side-by-sides, but for trucks, they're doing good.
Again, thanks to Tractor Equipment for bringing us this live feed. Tomorrow, a 12-hour race. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a fun day.
I mean, aren't all race days long?
Yeah.
I haven't even done my driver's notes yet. They're on my phone. I need to print.
So Richard Moore out there and Melvin Tibbetts patiently awaiting at the Rugged Radio's start-finish.
Hitting that little whoop section. Looks like he's doing real well, slowing up a little bit. Hitting that one pretty good, slowing him up for just a second there. Now he's back cooking away. Here he comes through the last corner, coming up to the TDK Rugged Radio flags.
And Melvin Tibbetts is off the line with his F-150 out of Pine Ridge, South Dakota with Lone Kid Racing, Mitchell Acoustics, and Drywall. So he's part of the pro class, so that's basically an open class, right?
Yeah, so the difference in the Pro and the Pro Unlimited is Pro has a using a section of stock frame. So everything else is unlimited, but they have to have a section. So it's a lot like the Score 1450s.
Okay, and it has to have some of the body as well, right?
Yes, and it has to have some of the body. So that's the difference between that and then the unlimited. So that's the difference we have. And that was just because we started getting those Geyser G6 trucks. We just had Pro, and that's just not fair.
Oh,
so,
100%.
So we made the second class to do them. So that's where like Rowdy Falls, Tracy Poole, and all those guys fall in that unlimited class. For us, when there's not a lot of racers, the 48 and the 44s fall in that same class because they don't have a section of stock frame. So that's where they fall.
Yeah. Well, we'll mix it up with them.
Yeah. You know, it's two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, so
It's definitely the advantages in different spots.
Yes, for sure. Especially out on this track too. There's lots of fast sections, but there's also lots of slow and technical where four-wheel drive is going to pull you out way faster.
Austin Painter still is the fastest time of the day thus far with that 2:19.
Melvin Tibbetts is just screaming through there. You can see that dust hanging, just not moving. We had wind for a little bit, but now it's kind of leaving us.
Hey, Aaron, what was the time for Richard Moore?
I'm sorry, 256.582.
256 for Richard Moore. So Eddie Oliver, that 236 is the fastest big car so far.
I'm really curious to see what Melvin does. He's pretty quick too.
That's only 17 seconds off, so we'll see if Austin. This is just bragging rights at this point because they're in two separate races racing
Yeah,
two separate
absolutely.
days. But I like talking a little smack around the campfire tonight.
Here comes Melvin. He is
He is
moving.
all over. That was Levi Shirley's old car. If I missed the number. Is that
Brady Wilson. I think
Brady
it's
Wilson.
357 or 356.
Brady Wilson, I
He's in the
believe.
pro class. Right there.
Brady Wilson out of Laurel, Montana. And Parker riding shotgun in his Sniper Fab car with Scott Chester has helped him out quite a bit. But I walking through the pits earlier, I recognized that car. Levi Shirley raced that. It's an old Sniper Fab car. Used to be a 4800 series car. Great to see it still up racing in here with Yellow Soda Off-Road Racing Series.
Miles. He's Teresa's son. My friend Teresa. That's her kid.
So that's Teresa's son. She comes and hangs out with some of the Ultra 4 races. So that's cool that her son Brady's out there racing along.
Goes over that Kurtz off-road jump, coming back around under the rims before heading into that straightaway. Taking you way across the hayfield back there.
Yeah, Montana Drone's doing a great job bringing all this live coverage as we're hitting that second Kurtz off-road launch. So Brady's out there still pushing strong in that Sniper Fab Ultra 4 car. Hitting that first little G out. Check up for the second one. He does.
I got 3 CLs. Not really. No, they got.
That drone is doing a great job of showing how deep that G out actually is
Yeah.
in that corner.
And how blown out some of these corners are, man. The more dust, the more blown out those corners are getting.
They are getting slippery, especially. It is so dry
That
out
loose
there.
talcum powder.
Brady's coming in now.
Okay.
52's up next.
Just have it come down the ramp.
So 52, Kyle Worsup in that 1974 F-250 out of Casper, Wyoming. So Kyle's out there running strong. We'll get a time for Brady.
I gotta run Sterling and go to the highway because Anna's picking them up.
Aaron, what was Brady's time?
Carmen's mom.
240. I thought you said Hannah, and I'm like, what?
240 for Brady Wilson.
We're doing some paper shuffling back here.
Oh yeah, I've
Getting our
always got my
already.
notes. Aaron and Grizz definitely helped me out on this one.
Sort of. You might be missing some people on there.
So Kyle Worsup in that old school F-250. Cool to see the old bodies out here running. Saw a bunch of them down in Nora earlier this year as they hit the Kurtz off-road launch.
Oh, it's called Peterson.
These comp cars are right up your alley, Shelby.
We've raced with a lot of them. My sister and I went off the line with Preston Peterson, who's about to go off in Sturgis when we rolled, and I've
heard about this roll a few times.
A lot of times. But I really appreciate them because they were out getting us out faster than we could even think to unbuckle ourselves. So I appreciate these guys. They're super fast. It's so fun to see them run.
But great sportsmen also.
Absolutely. It's always fun to see these guys out here. Just building up the comp class. The comp class is my favorite. That's where I grew up, was watching that specifically. So it's fun to see it grow from 6 or 7 cars to, I believe we have 14.
I've got 16 on mine, so
16
that's
trucks.
pretty impressive, going from 4 to 5 to literally triple. So
That is crazy.
a great showing up here.
That is the biggest comp class we've ever had, I believe.
This is the TDK Big Sky 200. We are qualifying on this 1 mile qualifying course on Warren Ketchum's 10,000 acre private ranch. And off the line next is Preston Peterson out of Green River, Wyoming, with the mic riding shotgun with PMS screen printing, Lisa Lynn heating and cooling, and En Route Tire Solutions. So Kyle is across the line.
I know they were having some issues too in Powell, and I am not sure what they were, but hopefully they got them addressed for this race, because I want to say it was overheating or something, which is not something you want to do in Broadview for 5 hours.
It's going to be warm, that's for sure. Yeah, they'll be running 4 laps. Right? The big cars run 4 laps on Saturday?
5.
5 laps.
Pro Unlimited will run 5, but comp and stock
Comp
run
and stock
different.
run 4, and stock runs 3.
And 1600 runs 3.
Kyle was a 247. So it's still Eddie Oliver in the big car for the fastest time. And then in the UTVs, it was Austin Painter.
Over 2 minutes faster. Nearly 2.5 minutes faster than the fastest truck we've had so far.
Only 17 seconds. 236 to 219.
Ooh, yeah. I said 3.
Your math's a little off.
Yeah, my
You're all right.
my
All
brain's
good.
getting sleepy in here.
Tell me about it.
That's
Yes,
that
for sure.
high line math.
Yes. I'm from the middle.
Yeah, I know.
The High Line Middle. Huh?
Yeah.
That belt math. Or no, where'd you
Fort
go to-
Benton.
Fort Benton
Yep.
math.
We've got quite a few trucks left, and half of them, I know a few of them are still hanging out in the pits too.
Yeah, I don't see Rowdy yet. Has he started heading this way?
I told him to, but we'll see. And Eric Pond isn't down here yet either.
I don't know.
I feel like there's
Part-
not a lot of parts.
Part of me would, part of me, depending, I would take a back start. I mean,
then
yeah,
you can
dust
tell
is
where
an
you're at.
issue, but then I can always count the cars as they broke.
Yeah,
when
and so
we were
there's-
racing UTVs here, way back. This is the 800 days and the 900, right?
Yes.
You're making yourself sound old.
Oh, yeah, he's doing that.
Yeah. That's what I would do, because we could just pick
Joe
off.
Miker.
That's Joe Miker off the line, and another in the comp class.
Yeah, he's ran Ultra 4 before. I recognize that name. Out of Arvada, Colorado, with that 1987 Toyota with Matt riding shotgun. He's got Wilson Extreme Sports and Optima battery. So we'll get a time for Preston Peterson
245.
with a 245. So Eddie Oliver still that fast big car.
Still dang fast.
So Eddie, Preston, Kyle, Brandy. And
Yeah,
then
236 for Eddie Oliver.
That is pretty freaking fast. And he's in the Pro Unlimited class.
Just using you guys for your
So that is a very
great.
high suspension
I would like.
All of the
class.
suspension.
Yeah, all of the suspension class. Those guys are moving. Their cars absolutely work.
Yeah, Joe Miker on screen. Out of Arvada, Colorado.
That orange truck really sticks out. You'll be able to see it for sure
Yeah,
race day.
when he first started racing with it, was all black. So when he first pulled up today, I didn't recognize it. And then I saw the name. I'm like, all right, I remember that one.
I kind of like the lighter colors. The Hammer's car race was all white,
Yeah.
pearl white, just something different. That way it stands out so everybody knows who it is.
Well, that's like we were talking about, Eric Weichel with the smiley face, all yellow. There's definitely things you can do to make yourself pop for everybody in the studio or everybody at home watching the drone footage. It's that's definitely the wave of the future.
So what do you think about this live onboard cam that we're going
I'm
to do?
super stoked about that. Yeah. We have Rowdy in the big car, and then
Casey
Welty. Yeah, Casey Welty in the UTV, and he's fast. Both of those young men are very fast. So it'll be exciting to have that on board tomorrow, and it's with the live stream. Should have pretty good service. I think we'll have great on board, off and on all day.
It was so cool to watch him during Powell. I know a lot of us were just sitting on the sidelines watching him come through.
Yeah, I mean we're in Big Sky country, so
cool.
They should be able to find a satellite.
yeah, there isn't much blocking. So I assume as long as Welty and Rowdy have a smooth day, we should have onboard action all day long, which will be fun because we only have a couple cameras there at the start finish. We'll have a couple drones.
Here comes Joe over the finish, and
Joe Miker crossing the Rugged Race Radio finish line.
battery swap.
Dallas is doing a battery swap, so you'll just have the still photo for a minute.
Rich Goldman is next off the line. He's just kind of hanging out waiting for the go signal. We're having more trucks slowly trickling in from the pits, not wanting to wait in this hot line.
So that's a bomber chassis. And speaking of bomber, we'll have Randy Slauson, a 3-time King of the Hammers champion. He's getting into town any moment. He'll be sharing driver's duties with his brother Mike Slauson. He built that car originally, the bomber. It's called the Trophy Wife.
I love that.
Out of Missoula, Montana. He'll have John Nelson and Dale Schull riding shotgun during Saturday's race. It kicks off at 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. We'll do the kids around 10 a.m. and then right after that, we'll kick off the big cars.
This is his second time in that car,
So Rich Goldman is off in Missoula, Montana. Bomber chassis with Rocky Performance, Nelson Dentistry, Bombs Racing, Yukon, Optima, Willwood, Farside Signs.
That truck is literally screaming. It is so loud, and he is moving.
So 2
Holy
weeks ago,
smokes.
I got a picture of this truck stripped down to the frame and not an axle under it or nothing.
Oh,
Goldman's?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's what Mike said. Hey, you're just missing the battery.
Yeah,
Oh.
I told him, I said, you put a battery in that, you'll be good. And so, yeah, it's for him to get it back together and ready to race is good. He's also the one that, didn't he roll and hammers in the first corner, right?
Yeah, first 100 yards. There's a couple of them. I know Paul Wolf threw out a banana right in that area, so I think he spun them out.
That was funny. Right by Chip's thing.
So Rich Goldman, that bomber chassis. That is a 4400 Unlimited Ultra 4 King of the Hammers car. And it should be very competitive here at the Big Sky 200, presented by TDK.
Look at how fast he's going. Holy smokes, coming up under the rims right there. Holy Moses.
Yeah, he made some pretty good airtime off the Kurtz off-road launch.
What? The boys came down. Shelby, or
Okay.
Keith, Robbie, and Keith. I just saw them.
Oh. Harry and Keith finally made it.
They finally read your text, huh?
Yeah.
See the
Takes
difference in
them
the
20 minutes.
4400 cars, so I don't think we have very many of them, but
45.
this one is a straight axle car.
Good point. I haven't talked about that yet.
And then we have a couple that are running IFS.
Yeah, Sean Hollins in a Brink Fab IFS. So what's IFS? Independent front suspension. Solid axles like your standard Jeep or your old school pickup. They actually have a live solid axle in the front of them. They're definitely better for like rock crawling or whatnot. IFS is better for this kind of race, but Randy Slauson builds one heck of a machine, and they're very, very competitive. I know Jeff Hatamaki's got a Miller Pro chassis, so he'll be, that's got a solid axle as well. So I would compare the Bombers and the Miller cars very similar on capabilities. So we'll see who comes out on top between them. But we got Rowdy's going to be out there. We have Sean Holland. John Matthews, I think, is going to put up a good fight.
Tom
Pendergast in the Eurofire. That thing's beautiful. And there's too many cars that kind of blend together. So there goes Richard. There goes Richard Bachand and his Bronco out of Kamloops, British Columbia, with Baja North. So we'll get a time for Rich Goldman. 2:39, only 3 seconds off of Eddie Oliver. So Eddie Oliver is in technically a limited class, and he threw down a heater.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how far he can get with that clean air, because oh man, that's gonna take him a ways, especially with a lap like that. Oh my goodness, goes to show what he's capable of.
And these trucks are gonna be a little different. The side-by-sides, most of those guys running four-wheel drive, kick up a little less dust for the guy behind you, not as bad. But you start getting these two-wheel drive trucks, and
they're spinning the whole time.
They're spinning the whole time.
And it is getting dusty. You can't, the live stream isn't picking it up as much as it is just hanging here. Wouldn't hurt for the wind to pick up, but
well, as long as it's blowing a certain direction.
Yeah, not towards us. Yeah.
Yeah, the wind's here, but that dust is nasty.
It looks like the flags are like dead calm right now. So that's funny.
Yeah, and you can see the dust is just going straight up out there.
Yes.
So
yeah, we've had some pretty good gusts of wind earlier today, but they have really laid off. You can see the Rugged Race Radio start-finish flag right there, just barely moving anything. As we have Richard Bachand.
I think so.
Yeah, we'll roll with that. Sorry if I'm butchering that one a little bit.
You can hear him coming before you can see him coming.
Yeah.
Another loud one. In his pro truck, so he's in the pro limited class. He's not running with the unlimited guys like our last one, I believe.
Yeah, he was in the unlimited class.
Yeah.
So this is part of the pro, which you heard Grizz talking about earlier. You have to have some kind of factory
stock frame.
Yeah, off the line now is the 1119 of Levi Rhodes with Ramsey riding shotgun and that TMR chassis out of Billings, Montana, with Jim and Tracy's alignment, J&M Tire, Napa, Matco Tools, Midland West Manufacturing, Billings Battery and Cable, JB Automotive, JSM Trucking, FJ Trucking, George and Jen Music, Hellroy Excavation, and Cross Petroleum. So you see the big Jim and Tracy's wrap on the side of Levi's car, and he's out there having some fun.
That's loud.
That is
loud and proud.
Yes.
Did we get a time for Richard?
236.
With a 236, wow. So he tied Eddie Oliver. So who's got the fastest lap?
It's going to come down to hundredths, tenths of a second.
So right now, Melvin Tibbetts has the fastest lap, 229.
Oh, I missed that. So Melvin Tibbetts with a 229.
He's in that 1459 truck or whatever. 1400 truck. And then...
in that 1450 truck.
Okay, yeah.
And he is in the pro limited class. He's not in the unlimited class.
Wow. So sorry about that. I missed that one. But Melvin Tibbetts with a 229. So
holy smokes.
Yeah, that's 7 seconds faster than Richard and Eddie Oliver. So Melvin Tibbetts, again, I apologize. I missed that one, but he laid down a heater.
And then here's the brink. The 4832.
That's Chance.
So Chance Hallman up next with that 2022 Brink Fab. And Eric Brinker, Brink Fab himself, is here on site. He's got a few cars racing. He couldn't get his cars down, but he came to support his customers. So Levi Rhodes with Jim and Tracy's alignment is still out there running. He's local out of Billings, Montana. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the TDK Big Sky 200 with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association here at the Old Cowpie Motor Speedway. I am Miles Hasselquist alongside Shelby, and we are having some fun.
It's been a great day out here, super fun. Everybody's excited, ready to go.
So 239 for Levi Rhodes. That's a very, very solid run.
And if you don't hear him coming, you're definitely going to see him because he's bright green.
And Chance Holloman is all over.
Moving.
I just heard the rev limiter pop a couple times. Out of Puyallup, Washington with Brink Fab. So Chance Holloman out there. He's been racing Y.O.R.R and Ultra 4 for quite some time. And we'll see if he pulls the old Chance hat trick and puts her upside down a time or two.
Right.
He's usually good for at least one a race, sometimes two.
Right.
In the same heat. That was at Sturgis a couple of years ago. He put on a show.
He put on a show with Brandon too when he was wheeling.
Yeah, and Crandon, when it was in the rock pile, just exploded the wheel, and it was pretty wild. He likes to go out there and have some fun and put on a show for the fans.
His name is definitely fitting then with Chance.
Yeah, always taking a chance, Holloman. He had a little bit of a hiccup on his drive-in last night. He got pushed off to the side of the road a little bit and kissed the K-rail with his camper, and he was inches away from having a bad night.
Oh, I didn't hear that. That's fine.
Yeah, he scratched up the entire side of his RV. He got really lucky it wasn't worse. But in typical Chance form, he just kind of laughed it off and said, yep, could have been worse.
Well, I was supposed to ride in Crandon with him to spot. The first time I went to Crandon was to spot her because he needed a spot her. And so I'm like, yeah, pick me up on your way by. I was in Billings on the way to Crandon. And
big rollover by Chance Holloman. We were just talking about him going upside down.
Oh,
Michael,
Lord.
your radio.
And it looks like he went off.
Just had a rollover.
So a good rollover for Chance Holloman.
It looks like he went over that.
Yeah, blew that corner just a tick.
And down.
Michael, where's your Jeep?
Right here. You want me to get the Jeep out there?
You might need it.
I mean, you can't. It's going to be a heavy car. Like, one of those guys needs to come and get your Jeep for these cars.
So Chance Holloman is upside down. We're waiting for our safety crew to get there and check them out. These cars are extremely safe. That's why they have to go through tech to make sure your helmet and your Hans and everything meets code and your roll cage is up to date. There's our safety crew getting there, making sure everything is A-OK. So obviously Chance is one of my buddies, and I like giving him a hard time, but we definitely want to make sure he's okay first. So waiting, hopefully we get a thumbs up from our safety crew.
Driver, passenger, okay.
Okay, a big okay from Chance Holloman. So he's upside down, but okay. So again, now we can give him a little bit of a hard time that upside down Chance Holloman once again. So this is another great time to give a huge shout out to Elevated Power Sports, tractor and equipment for the live feed, Montana Drone Company, Opportunity Bank for giving us a hospitality tent, Dakota Alignment for the title sponsor of the 12-hour UTV race, Dust Pods, Corbin Custom Works, C4 Fabrication, Zollinger Racing Products, Kurtz Off-Road, Combustion Syndicate, Throttle Down Customs for being the title sponsor for the Big Sky 200, Rugged Radios for the start and finish line, Blackbeard Broncos for the Comp Mod class, Must Be Nice Performance for the UTV Unlimited, Jim and Tracy Alignment for the UTV Turbo, Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab for the Big Jump Outback, DRW Performance for the stock class, Epic Racewear for our awesome shirts that the core crew gets to wear, Linrich Automotive Vending Services, Copyright, Napa, AJ's Diesel, Revive IV, PRP, NextGen, and Mickey Thompson Tires. So again, please support who supports the sport. If you're building a race car, a mall crawler, a tow rig, go check all these amazing marketing partners that help us bring you this Big Sky 200. And what a great shot of the crowd. You could be there tomorrow watching this race. You can overwatch the valley. Some amazing spectating, and then you can see the Opportunity Bank hospitality tent to the left of your screen right now. We have a couple screens in there. You'll be able to watch the same live show that we're putting on here.
You'll be able to see all over 50 UTV cars going through.
Yeah, there's over
never gonna
over
be bored.
50 a day that'll be racing out there on course. A sight to see for sure.
Yes, you're never not going to be seeing a car for more than a few minutes. It's going to go really quick.
So
On
Chance
camera,
Holloman takes a DNF, but he's okay, waving to the crowd. Thanks for putting on a show once again, buddy. And I'm definitely gonna give him a hard time because I called it early in our little
Yes,
interview.
you
I was like,
did.
"Are you gonna put it upside down once again?"
Oh, you just saw Rowdy
You
standing
asked
on his
that?
car, and now it's going to see Charlie. Everybody waving.
Look at the smiles by
Brandon
everybody.
smiling.
Is that CJ maybe?
Oh, it looks like it. That might be shoot. He's in the orange car. Johnny Owens, I'm pretty sure, was standing with Brandon. Or
Nice.
Brandon and Charlie.
And there's a great shot of the cars we still have yet to qualify. So we've been qualifying for about 2 hours already.
And even more keep rolling in. The longer we go, the
Yeah.
more keep showing up. I'm so excited.
There's Tom Prendergast and that Euro fighter.
Both the Ablots back to back. So excited to see everybody out here again.
Greg and Matt Torney in those orange cars, I believe.
A
Rowdy
few
in
bugs.
the Class 1 Truggy. And so the 1600s have yet to go as well. So we're gonna be pushing close on time.
Absolutely. The drivers' meeting's at what, 7?
So, well, it's supposed to be at 7, but they're still racing. We're gonna push that back as well. Looked like that was John Dykes.
I don't know that we've had this many detours.
And normally not this many people qualify for the Y.O.R.R series.
Absolutely.
So they're just wanting to get the more seat time, which I love to see.
Yes, it's great to see everybody out here. That bug has been racing with us for a really long time, and it's so great to see him out, still going, still having fun. There's videos of him on his Instagram. He's out practicing, getting ready. Always just live, love racing.
I love it. Great shot of some stock cherry. Oh, there's Hopper.
So cool.
This is his first race. He's been involved with Y.O.R.R and Ultra 4 for the last couple of years, and this is his first time behind the wheel. He's with the pit guys normally. You see him in the pits. They've got a podcast that they've kind of slowed down on a little bit, but it's been a lot of fun to keep up with that.
I know he's getting really excited too. His interview, he could not wait to get out.
And his best friend Zach Swatsky showed up just today, unexpected, and I think there's a few tears that were shed.
Yes.
There's a great shot of our office. We're in there having some fun, trying to stay out of the sun and the dust as much as we can, but tomorrow's will be a whole new ball game.
Oh man, that dust is going to be unreal with over 50 side-by-sides. We're going to be a completely different color by the time awards roll around. Better make sure we have sunscreen too sitting out there that long.
We'll have an easy up, so we'll be all right. I think a big one.
Good. It's a lot of sunshine.
And that's flying up. That's where the hot pits will be tomorrow. That's camper or racer camping, and the hot pits. On top of the ridge is bypassing the hot pits. On the bottom right of the ridge is actual race course.
That's our live track on the right. You can just barely see it. There is a speed limit through the pits.
They have 25 miles an hour, I do believe.
Remember to siren in and siren out so everybody knows you're coming. bet there's lots of people up there in the pits right now cranking on their cars, getting ready for that race in the morning. It's going to come faster than they're ready for.
Oh, yeah. As Chris Lever is on the start line out of Columbia Falls, Montana. In an older Ultra 4 car. I recognize it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. But I've definitely seen it around. As we're patiently awaiting Chance Holland, make sure he's in a safe and okay position. Just kind of laying out for just a moment as we're taking a pause on qualifying after Chance Holloman took a little tumble. Up next will be Chris Lever. So we got to make sure everybody's safe and sound, so we're just making sure we have a good course for you.
Sounds like they're just waiting on clearance to pull him out over that bank. But
They're gonna be about ready.
So it sounds like we're just a few moments away.
As soon as they get everybody cleared out of there.
Again, we just want to make sure we have a clean and clear and safe raceway. But again, these cars are built very solid, so I'm sure Eric Brinker with Brink Fab will get in there with Chance and check the car out, make sure it's A-okay.
It's gonna smell bad. That mud hole's nasty.
Oh, Aaron just saying that mud hole's kind of nasty, so may have a little swamp stink to it.
I only know because my daughter's been in it twice.
Lots of fun and lots of activity today.
I will.
Go ahead and stand up.
Sounds like we got a clear course.
Know when everybody's back in their positions and the track is clear, so we can race. Track is clear. Everyone's in position. Send them, Don.
Sounds like track is clear and everybody is back in position. So up next should be Chris Lever out of
Visor.
Columbia Falls, Montana.
Yeah, you guys
he's got his
ready?
visor down. He's ready. Both hands are on the wheel. He's looking over, waiting for the
Well, we're getting ready to send
light from Dawn. Thumbs up. And away he goes.
He's got King Shocks, D&D Customs, Commercial Machine Service. So Chris Lever is off. That car has raced King of the Hammers a few times. I believe Grizz was even co-driver during qualifying a few years back, if I remember correct.
Yeah, so that's the car.
Lots of crossover between Ultra 4, King of the Hammers, and Yellowstone off-road racing.
It's good to see all these Ultra 4s out. He's coming into that big old corner. It's such a fun sweeping corner through there. If you haven't heard us say that 47 times, but it is just so fun. The
We'll probably say it
qualifying-
44 more times,
Yeah.
too.
Right.
That qualifying track is just so fun. It's fast. And there he goes over that Kurtz off-road jump. This corner right here, and as it just keeps getting drier, it's getting looser. It's so slick right there. You don't understand how flat it is. You gotta be ready. Back over our second Kurtz off-road jump. And his last little trip under the rims before he goes straight through around the hayfield.
Remember when we used to go all the way around the hayfield?
Yes.
That was fun. It was like 4 miles though. We would have been here for 6 hours trying to qualify.
He's getting ready to come through that little whoop section. Down through the bottom, through that first little G out. Not a little G out. It's a
No, it's pretty good one.
Yeah. In through a second one. Those whoops, man. And they're just going to get worse and worse as 50 UTVs go through it.
For
however
12
many-
hours, yeah.
Yeah.
This track's going to be tired after this weekend.
I know I feel bad for the 1,600 cars that are racing on Saturday.
Yeah.
I almost feel like we should have raced them with the UTVs.
Not a
Yeah,
bad
the
idea.
1,600
Like
cars
a
are.
short lap.
They're going to have their. It's going to be tough on them.
Absolutely. And we have Chris Lever about to come back through the finish line. They're getting ready to send car.
That's the 805 of Daryl Johnson, with Greg riding shotgun in his 1997 Ford Class 8 out of Arrington, British Columbia, with DJ Johnson Septic and Excavating.
Chris Lever with a 240.
So still a great time by them, but right now it's still Melvin Tibbetts with that 229. Fastest big car of the day, and then the fastest UTV was Austin Painter.
10 seconds faster.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That is crazy.
There's quite a few people like these that didn't qualify.
Yeah, you don't have to qualify. You can take a rear start. This race is going to be on adjusted time. They'll take off in either 30 seconds or 1 minute increments. We'll do our time splits after we have a final registration. So everybody will be racing their own time. It will be on adjusted time. If you leave at 10 o'clock, that's when your time starts. If you leave at 10:15, that's when your time starts. As they're hitting the Kurtz off-road launch, Daryl Johnson getting a little bit of hang time in that old school Ford. Well, I guess it's funny calling a 1997 truck old school.
Yeah.
I know, it's sad.
I guess that was before you were born, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. It was about 5 years before.
Now I am feeling
I
old. That's when Aaron graduated high school, I'll bet.
Nope, not until 2002.
That was the year I was born.
I know, Miles. I saw it.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I graduated in 01, so I guess I'm the old guy. Dang
Wait
it.
till Mike gets back. He graduated in like,
Perfect. Mike, where you at?
when they had wooden wagon wheels.
Yeah, wooden wagon wheels
When
back in the day.
dinosaurs were walking.
Everybody's here having some fun, giving everybody a hard time.
Oh my gosh, look at that dust just
Oh,
billowing.
it's terrible.
Holy
Just think if
smokes.
during the race, if you're trying to make a pass, you have to work yourself through that dust.
It's
You
awful.
better be you better have all those little oh no moments.
Yeah, have the Parker
In your-
pumper working,
Yeah. Better have your GPS
Yes,
ready to
on,
go.
yeah.
and your co-driver better be on his marks.
That's why I felt in the lane first started at Hammers with the bugs out and the thing. I was in the. I didn't even know Volkswagens could make so much dust.
I
Rosalie said we're going on course. I'm like, I'm just hoping nobody stops in front of us because I can't see anything.
So as Daryl Johnson is about to finish up, we are going to take off with Austin Pyatt, with Alex riding shotgun in his 1998 Jeep Wrangler out of Box Elder, South Dakota. As we get dusted out one more time.
I know.
the wind has picked up, but it's coming directly into and towards the trailer. What did he run, Aaron?
He got 255.
Got a 255 for Daryl Johnson.
So I'm not sure.
All right, Miles, I'm back.
Well, thanks for joining us.
I went to the scene of the accident of chance.
Which we kind of speculated that was going to happen.
Yeah, he said that when I got over there. Miles was probably talking about this.
Yes!
And and you were. And
Oh, I love
he rolled it in what we call, it's the creek that runs through here, and we call it the dirty hole.
Oh.
And that's what it smells like. It smells horrible. And he right into it and rolled through it.
I
So
said it's gonna smell bad because I only know because they don't leave
yeah.
But he was
So-
A-okay. The car looked decent.
The car started and ran. We had Cody's boy run it out, so I think he was in heaven. He got to drive the car.
Oh, sweet.
But he was the only one that would hop in the seat covered in mud.
Oh my goodness.
So they ran it up to the pit. He went to go get checked out.
Yeah,
by the
better safe than
medics.
sorry,
Better
for
safe than
sure.
sorry,
Yeah,
just go get him checked
We
out.
saw him give
So-
us a thumbs up when he was standing on the roof of his car after he got it righted. So tough break for Chance, but that's part of racing. And it looks like the 575 is up next.
Mark King,
Mark
one of the nicest racers you'll
570.
ever meet.
All right, and that's in the Baja Bug.
When we went down to the Mint this year, he raced the Mint. And the only reason he didn't finish is he ran out of spare tires and wheels.
He was going to give it all he had till he had nothing
none
left.
Oh,
None in the pits,
Run
none
the-
anywhere. He'd done that many changes. He said it was the roughest race he's ever done.
That's
Oh.
wild.
And especially to do it in a Baja Bug. I mean,
Yeah.
Can you imagine that,
in a
Miles?
1600 buggy.
That
way.
beats you up for sure. As we're still watching Austin Pyatt and Alex cruising along.
Looks like they're coming in that last corner towards the finish.
And I hear the angry bug out there.
The back
Grabbing some gears as Mark King takes off with Ray riding shotgun out of Colbert, Washington, with Hook's air-cooled VW out of Spokane, and CarTech off-road parts.
Austin Pyatt ran a 307.
So that's going to put him probably in that 15-20 mark.
1603 is next. 1600 car.
Huh? Austin Pyatt? Oh, no.
So up next is Sheridan Adams, another 1600 car.
And I didn't recognize her at first. She has a new wrapped car, which I thought it was blue, but I was very quickly informed that it is still blue and purple.
And purple.
And purple.
I like that.
Not getting rid of the purple. You're not going to miss her out there. It's really pretty, though.
As Mark Keene is still making his way around this 1 mile qualifying loop.
So what do you think the 1600s are going to do, Miles?
Time wise?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Oh,
I'm gonna
boy.
say 3:27. Where are you at?
I'm going to go
Take a nap?
take a nap. 340.
All right, we'll see what happens. And Mark's in a Baja Bug, so that's got more suspension, more power, right?
Yes.
But still
power,
V-
it's the same engine. 'cause
Okay,
it's
so still
a restrict
V-
engine.
VW?
Volkswagen, still VW, but does have more suspension.
It's got the bigger suspension up front.
So in our 1600 class, our rules are, the class is small, so we're trying to grow the class. So to grow the class,
It's pretty
you gotta
open, really.
It's pretty open. So you'll have a Bug to Sheridan Adams, who's up next. Will be in a rail, a single seat rail. We got a couple 2-seat rails.
Like a legit old school dune buggy, right?
old school.
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
A lot of Channelworth frames.
Ah,
Back in the-
Channelworth, yeah.
you remember those back in the day. There's one of those sitting out there. You'll see him later. But so it's to help the class grow. We don't restrict that class. Like that way anybody can come. And in a 1600, when you're going to run 3 laps out here at 41 miles,
Oh, that's
Like-
a long
it's gonna be
day.
a long day.
Are you running all the classes at the same time?
Yeah, it'll go start out, and then there'll be a big gap between the 1600s, and then they'll go. And then we'll just have to watch passing and stuff. It'll be all talked about in the drivers' meeting. We've done it before, and the 1600s are really good about getting out of the way.
I would want to, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just kind of like down in Baja when the dirt bikes take off first, and then
Yeah.
the unlimited trucks come up behind them, and those bikes, once they see the choppers, they know to. I'm getting out of the
Yeah, I bet. I
way.
saw a couple videos from a couple weeks ago of bikes just bailing off.
When we were racing in Hammers,
here comes the choppers coming around us, and I'm like, we need to move over, and my pastor goes, why? I go, because that chopper ain't for me.
Yeah, that's not because I'm winning. So there goes Sheridan Adams in that 1600 single seat machine out of Billings, Montana, with PRP seats, ITP, Grandpa Dean, Grizz, Octane Addiction, rugged radios, and inland truck parts.
What were your guys' guesses? I forgot.
327.
340.
323.
Hey!
Yeah, nice.
Wow. Not bad, not bad. I get lucky every once in a while.
1750. Stockish or car?
Oh, is this the other
Aaron
run
didn't
or
know what
right car?
color she might have had.
15,
What did I do?
17, 15.
1750.
Yeah. You did great, Aaron.
I probably messed this up. What are you fixing? So
No,
you
no,
fix
we
another
just-
one that you're gonna get again.
I was
No,
just
you had
trying
it
to figure
right.
out which
It's
class
right.
I was
Is this
We just couldn't find it.
Is this another kid of Randy Wright's?
Who's it?
No,
This
it's
one right
Hunter,
here?
right? I don't know who that.
Okay, he's not related.
It's a Jeep Speed.
As Sheridan Adams is out on course in that single seat.
I'm having a hard time now because I don't do registration anymore. So like I don't know how to I've seen her faces.
So how long have you guys had this rig, Grizz?
Oh, she's been racing this
For a while.
Since she was 14.
since she was
Wow.
14, and she's 21 now. So it's
And
time
Annalise-
she's.
Annalise was 12 when we got the bug.
That's awesome.
So she should be moving up. We'll have to start looking at moving her up into a different car. She really wants to have a passenger.
I could get that.
Yeah.
The solo seat was fun at the beginning, but now it's just kind of like you're by yourself.
You're by yourself, yeah.
So
you don't have anybody to
tomorrow you're going to be
experience
by
it.
yourself for 5 hours.
Well, I know
Yeah.
there's going to be some machines for sale after everybody just bought all those new Maverick bars. So
Yeah, no doubt.
we're
Right.
buying her side by side.
But yeah, she's been racing it. I mean, not very often do you have Aaron's daughter at 12 and Sheridan at 14 driving a manual transmission
That's
car
pretty impressive.
and a Volkswagen and racing them on top of them before they got their license.
I know,
That's
but we
awesome.
also didn't really know, and so we sent them. It was when this track was 50 miles, and we sent them for 2 laps. But like, just go, call us if you need something. They raced 100
So
miles
Sheridan
for the
Adams
first
is still out there making some dust. Checks up for the first little G out section. There's G out number 2.
She's really quick in that 1600 class. She podiums very often.
Yeah, they're light and nimble.
Yes, they're speedy little cars.
Last year she had got champion a couple times in a row, and then she's had some really bad luck the last couple of years.
She broke her car
Lots of
a
times.
lot.
Lots of time.
Lots of
That's a common
wheels.
theme.
Like, didn't she break it in half
Her,
the one time? Or was that Annalise?
So she has crossed the finish line on 3 wheels about 3 times or so.
3 wheels on her wagon, huh?
Loses one of the front spindles usually, and she just keeps going. The one time she is, they strapped the tire to her hood, and she just kept going.
I love it. So
Oh my gosh.
Sheridan Adams coming towards the Rugged Radio's finish line. So we'll see if we'll be about that 3:27 time or not.
Go down, keep going. 342.
3:42, so that's closer to your mark there, Grizz.
We're having a little delay on our next car leaving.
Or are you taking the battery?
So we're changing batteries on camera again. We're
Yeah.
going through lots of batteries. This has been a lot of cars though, so
Yeah, again, a huge shout out to Montana Drone for keeping that in the air so long.
absolutely. They are doing a great job of getting great footage of every single vehicle out
Dallas
here.
does a great job every time.
342.
Yes.
It's good. I'm gonna talk to Cody real fast. I see his car coming down the road.
So we are still doing qualifying for the TDK Big Sky 200.
We have
Here it-
21 cars left.
21, you just counted them, huh?
Yep, I did.
I guess you had to take off your shoes, huh?
Yup.
Once again, we couldn't do this without our sponsors, and you know that, Dallas.
Dallas is out there.
Dallas
He's
is
fine.
outside. I'm used to being in here with Dallas, so Miles. So big shout out to Elevated Power Sports, Tractor Equipment for the Live Feed, Montana Drone Company, Opportunity Bank for doing the hospitality tent.
And yeah, so many great people out there making it happen as Hunter Wright takes off.
And
But
something is not right.
it sounds like he dies. Yeah, he took off like a rocket for about 3 seconds and then pulls over. So
It sounded like it ran out of fuel.
yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but Hunter Wright is pulled off just after the start out of Laramie, Wyoming, with Albany Lodge and CNS trailer in his 1994 Cherokee.
Send the next car and go check on him, or what? What do you want me to tell Don?
Yeah.
Or do you want to see if he gets going again?
Let's give it 1 second and then we'll.
Or do you want me to run the machine over?
Oh, it looks like he killed power on it and he's crawling out of the car. So Hunter Wright,
Do you want
his
to go
qualifying was short and sweet.
He might have the fastest lap.
Or Zach can. You wanna
Zach,
send
can you
the
take
Jeep
my
and
Jeep
go
and go
right
drain
now?
him out of the way? The car that just stopped right there? No, the Jeep. It's the back of the Jeep.
Thanks, Zach.
And up next is Hopper,
Oh, here we
Yay,
go.
Hopper.
making his Y.O.R.R debut.
Here we go. Hopper's winding it up. He's waiting. We're going to move Hunter Wright out of the way before they send Hopper.
Andrew's over there too. Zach and Jeff Buckley are in there.
So Hopper out of Colorado with Dumpster Fire Off-Road, that 1985 Chevrolet short bed pickup with a big 305 V8 engine. He kind of calls it the baby engine, which he's right.
He's not wrong.
But he said it's basically as bone stock as you can get it. He made it meet, tech and safety. And he's out here racing, and he's like, I'm going to kind of build it like a fuse. Once one thing breaks, you replace it.
There you go. And he was having issues with shocks this morning.
Oh, he didn't have any shocks.
The wrong ones, yeah.
No, he
had no
ordered
shocks,
shocks
actually.
and he couldn't get them here in time, so he had them shipped to his buddy Tom Prendergast in Colorado. That was a little closer. They picked them up on their way, something. So he showed up this morning, unloaded off the trailer with 0 shocks on that truck, but was
Hopefully
able to.
Looks like they.
Yeah,
got it
I
ready
saw
to
him.
go.
Yeah, I saw him at Tech right around lunchtime, and he had them on. He was all smiles, and his
How
best
big
friend Zach Swatsky showed up today to kind of surprise him.
Oh, he's
and I
got
think he
the
cried.
biggest smile. Oh my gosh, I don't blame him. How big do you think his smile is right now,
Oh.
sitting there on the line?
Big.
So excited.
When you unplug, it's a better view.
He was chomping at the bit to get going today in his first race. It doesn't matter how old you are, your first race is still so exciting.
Oh, absolutely. So we're running a little bit long. We'll have to bump the drivers' meeting back just a little bit. But it looks like the track is almost clear as we're tugging Hunter Wright off the track.
Hopper is started. They're talking to him, waiting for his thumbs up.
Andrew, if you're in place, I'm sending the next truck.
Send 'em.
Sounds like course is
We're
clear.
ready. God.
Safety
We're ready.
crew is in spot. And Hopper Becker is making his race car debut here at the TDK Big Sky 200.
Yay!
Hopper Becker in a manual 3-speed out there having the time of his life.
Yay,
He's been helping with the pit guys for years. but has never been behind the wheel during a race. So kudos to him with Dumpster Fire Off-Road.
Oh man, I bet he's in there just giggling right now.
Oh,
So
yeah.
excited.
So a 1985 Chevrolet pickup, 305 V8, 3-speed manual, 10 bolts front and rear. So he better take her a little bit easy, but you always say that until the green flag drops, the helmet is on.
Well, I think Megan's riding with
That visor.
Oh, and his wife Megan may be riding with him. Okay.
Oh my gosh. That has to be such a fun crew. I would love to be listening to the intercom right now.
W-R-O-W.
So Hopper making his way around this 1 mile qualifier. Getting everything set up for Saturday's big race. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. will be the Dakota Alignment 12-hour UTV race. And then Saturday morning at 10 a.m. we'll kick off with the Youth 170s. And then the big cars will take off at 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. We'll have it on all the Y.O.R.R Facebook pages and the Y.O.R.R official YouTube as he just kind of cruises over the Kurtz Off-Road launch. He's about the halfway mark, and Hopper's still doing good. His buddy Zach's up here watching, rooting him on, having some fun.
This is
It's
like
dumb if it doesn't work.
Zach said it's only dumb if it doesn't work, and he hit the nail on the head there. He built
This will
this.
be weird for Hopper to not be the king of the pits.
Yeah.
He's always working on everybody's stuff in the pits.
Here comes Jeff. It's so awesome. I'm so stoked for him.
Oh, that's exciting. Here he goes. He's about to hit his first little G out.
He had it. What was his cutoff? It was like Monday. If he didn't have the car done by Monday, he wasn't going to do it.
And by like Monday at 10 a.m. Well, he fibbed a
But it
little
was
bit
like-
because
yeah.
it was like noon.
It was like, dude.
He
But
said he forgot his straw hat, so he's a little upset, but
Never seen a course.
I know. Well, he's not going to be fast enough to miss any corners, so.
he's doing great.
and he built it to meet your safety tech and Ultra 4.
Yep.
So that car is very close to being able to ready. He said there's a couple things he had to skimp on, just time constraints, but it was able to pass the Y.O.R.R tech, and then he'll be ready to race Ultra 4. He's hoping to race King of the Hammers sometime.
He's just about to come through our last little turn.
And it
Well,
sounds
it looks like he made it through Chance's mud hole.
Chance's mud hole.
We just renamed a section of the course.
Hey, that works. Upside down brown. And up next will be the 804 of Matt Torney. And all over the throttle, Matt Torney takes off like a rocket with John Cahy riding shotgun in that Tribe 16 Ultra 4 machine out of Elizabeth, Colorado, with Torney Race Concepts, Mickey Thompson, Warren, PRP, Raceline Wheels, Redline, Optima, and Rugged Race Radios. So Matt Torney is on a mission. His son Greg will be racing as well.
Up next.
Up next, nice.
Greg is on.
Yep. In the 428 car, Greg's up next.
He is absolutely flying. Holy smokes.
Yeah, Matt Torney, I believe he used to fly Black Hawk helicopters, if I'm not mistaken, for the United States. So he's kind of a little slower pace of life.
Might
Retired.
as well touch the ground now.
Yeah,
but
so-
fly very close to it.
Matt, thank you
They're
for
such
your
nice
service.
guys. They're such nice guys.
Such a nice.
Yeah, so the dad's racing this car right now, and then his son Greg will be taking off behind him. They're racing in the same class. They started racing UTVs, and I think a couple years ago, I think it was Greg took a pretty good tumble right in this area.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Greg, remember?
It was right past Old Cow Corner.
Okay, so it was on back, but I remember
It was
taking a
back.
pretty good tumble.
It was
a
bad.
I
bad-
believe 21 or so.
I don't think there was a Well, there wasn't a straight corner or wheel left on the car about when he
It
got
was
done.
bad.
It was pretty bad.
But
And
again,
then in Powell, Greg broke the whole back of his car off.
Oh my
Oh, I forgot about that. Well, that's fine. Today he came down to run qualifying, and Matt came to talk to me and said, if you don't see him in 10 minutes, we have a bigger issue, but I'm pretty sure he didn't put fuel in it. And so I saw him, and he goes, yep, didn't have fuel.
Oops, ain't got no gas in it. So Matt
Well, that's an
Torney
easy fix.
out there pushing strong. This could be a super fast time. We'll see if he can
He is.
mix it up with Melvin Tibbetts or not. That bid car time of the day is a 2:29, and I think
Well,
he's
I
got a
wasn't
pretty
in here
good
for
pass.
that, but Melvin's sitting
Yeah.
in the lead. I missed that.
Moving
Yeah,
it.
we all missed it. I'll be honest. It's probably Aaron didn't tell us. So we'll blame her.
You
Yes.
guys are probably talking about something else. But it's fine. On a side note, Hopper's time was 3:51.
Hopper got a 3:51, but I'm excited to see Matt Torney. And his son Greg takes off in that SXOR chassis out of Parachute, Colorado, with Mickey Thompson tires, Warren winches, Baja Designs, Redline oils, Raceline wheels, Optima batteries, and PRP. So we'll get a
See, that
time
car-
for Matt Torney
2:35.
at 2:35, so not too far off. That should put him in second position, if I'm guessing right.
It does put him in second.
Second position for Matt Torney.
Well, and Greg, if I recall this car, the engine, I just took a look. The first time I've seen it close.
Rear engine,
It's
right?
a rear engine
Yeah.
in there backwards. So yeah, it's a rear engine car.
Yeah,
so.
the early SXOR chassis were rear engine. Gosh dang it. Johnson, right? Sky Johnson. And Brandon Johnson, their dad, built his SXOR. They actually built a lot of military concept stuff. That's kind of their bread and butter. And then obviously they're geniuses, so they built an Ultra 4 car just for fun.
So rear engine in the 4800 class is legal.
It is now, yeah. It didn't used
Yeah,
to be.
that's what I
Yep,
thought.
yeah,
I thought
they
it was.
changed that rule, I believe, last year. So you can have a front or rear mounted engine for the 4800 Legends class for Ultra 4. And then, like I said, it kind of goes into the Pro Unlimited Ultra 4 here for Y.O.R.R.
Yeah.
And Greg's got a pretty good run going, but I don't know if he's got enough for his old man.
Yeah.
Matt laid down a great run.
Absolute heater of a lap.
Here's
is-
something pretty healthy out there loping along.
Oh, that's it's Zach.
Ablot.
Yeah.
He is
This will be a run.
in the comp class.
Yeah, Zach Ablett in that 1971 F-150. It's got a healthy engine. As we're still watching
Keaton, there's
Torney out there on
17, 'cause Keaton's right next to Rowdy Beach.
screen.
Oh,
He,
okay, yeah. Perfect.
knock on wood, but Zach's he's a good driver. Race is really good, but he is
Super.
he's
cool.
broken qualifying more than once.
Oh,
so.
no.
Snapped his front end housing in half in Powell last year.
There's somebody parked right in front of them. Those side by side. They're still way back there.
Oh my gosh.
They're just sitting. They haven't moved. So 18.
Yeah, he snapped a front axle off the jump in Powell, the last jump in Powell.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there comes Greg Torney heading towards the Rugged Race Radio's finish line. Will be a time for him as Zach Ablott takes off the line out of Blunt, South Dakota, with Anna riding shotgun with Pierre Sports Center, Blackhawk Marine, and Ablett Motorsports.
241.
241. So that's 6 seconds slower than his dad. So his dad rubs that in a little bit tonight.
He's
So-
definitely heard about that one.
So the Torneys are done qualifying for the day as we see Zach Adloff
Oh,
in that 1971 F-150 running in the comp mod.
and then this would be his dad, Zach's dad next.
Oh,
Mike
Zach's
Ablott.
Mike's up next. His dad, huh?
Two
Yep.
father-son teams back to back.
So Shelby, give us kind of a rundown. You understand the comp mod quite a bit. Kind of give us just a 101 for dummies. What is a comp mod?
A comp mod is you can have a little more suspension than a stock car, so you can have more than air bumps, but not. You can't run coilovers on all four corners unless that's what it came with
From the factory, yeah.
Where Randy Wright, that's a great advantage because his year of his Jeep, they did have all four, and that's why his car is freaking fast.
Hey, that's playing the rules there.
Yep.
I believe it's a 37-inch max tire.
Yep, it is. We thought it was 35, and we looked it up, and it's 37, which you can cover some ground with some 37s, and not many people in comp do. I believe there's only 2,
Yeah.
and they're new to the series.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
but
also
if
have
you
a
don't have that much
disadvantage
power,
because
Yeah. If
a
you
lot
don't-
of the comp trucks also don't have the horsepower to drive those 37s.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the guys that think they would want to run the bigger tire, that's great, but you don't
You
have
can't
wheel
spin 'em.
speed and you can't.
There's a
drive
happy
it.
medium there.
There
for sure.
is.
Yeah.
So
Quite a few of the comp
you
mod
can
trucks,
do engine tunes, engine stuff on the comp mod.
as long as it's in stock location.
Yep, the engine has to be in the stock location.
And a lot of this year's comp mod are stock guys moving up who have been in the stock class for a long time.
Yep.
Like Zach, this is his first year comp, his second race comp actually. It's cool to see him moving up.
And speaking about the Cherokees, we talked to Keaton earlier. Wasn't that him with that super clean one? I haven't seen him run yet.
Absolutely. He's going to be one of the last ones.
That's probably one of my favorite cars. Man, Ablot is on a mission all the way to the Rugged Race Radios. Great shot of both Ablots. One leaving the rugged start line, one hitting the rugged finish line.
So the truck now, Mike Ablot, he is actually running in Zach's old car that was modified to run the pro class.
So the 1470 of Mike Ablot and Kelby Kaufman riding shotgun in that 77 Chevy C10 out of St. Pierre, South Dakota, with Pierre Sports Center, Black Hawk Marine, Battleborn Wheels, Lone Kid Racing, and Ablot Motorsports.
Zach had 246.
Zach with the 246.
This is shoot, his old truck. That's Darren Parsons' old truck. Up next is the 1424 truck of Darren Parsons, who raced down south with Terra Crew, and now Nick Nicola owns it, and this is his second
You
race.
said you were pretty excited to watch this
I
one,
am
huh?
so excited to see how this truck works. I think everybody in the Y.O.R.R series that watched him roll into Powell could not wait to see
I
this
was like,
guy.
can I ride in it?
Yes. He's one of the only ones with glass in the windows too, which is not actual glass.
So like
but-
it meets the 1450 rules. Then.
Yes.
All right.
Yep. It's a true 1450 truck, and every single person here, I'm sure there's not a person here that's not excited to watch this truck run. He's definitely gonna give Rowdy a run for his money, and I can't wait. Don't tell Rowdy I said that.
He's probably listening.
He probably is.
But I'm excited to watch you, buddy.
I'm excited to see you run too.
All
Mike
right,
is
so
on a
Mike
mission.
Ablot is out there.
Mike and Zach both are very, very fast. Super nice guys too.
And super fast.
Yes, very fast.
If you're just tuning in, this is qualifying for the Big Sky 200 presented by Throttle Down Customs. This is a 1 mile qualifying course. Getting everything set up. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. is the UTV 12-hour race. And Ablot is all over the throttle all the way to the end. With a 220?
246.
Oh, sorry, 240. Sorry, I misheard.
Holy smokes.
So Zach's time was 246.779 and Mike's was 246.493.
Oh,
So-
we beat him by 4.
Yeah, less than a
Like-
second.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's why I was like,
of
oh,
a
that's
second.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So both Ablots run a 246 within a half a second of each other.
That's why I was like, oh wait.
Yeah, hold on.
That's cool.
So up next is Nick Nicola and Shelby's favorite truck.
So excited. Second favorite. Love you, honey.
Maybe it was nothing. I just
And they run with this truck used to run with the Terra Crew quite a bit.
16 trucks left.
We got 16 more to go. So patiently awaiting Nick Nicola to take off. Is that out of Hawaii?
I think so. There's.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I thought he was out of Wyoming, but
And that is a 1993 Ford Ranger with SID. Go fast and don't die. Nick is on the gas.
he is
In that
on a mission.
1450 truck, part of the Pro class. Ooh, I can smell that one.
That one smells good.
The race fuel is flowing.
He is on an absolute mission. Look at that dust. Holy smokes.
Mike Oblo, huh?
They both ran a
They
246.
both got a 246 within like a half a second.
Mike
wow.
was 0.2 of a second faster.
You'd have thought Mike had been faster being in the pro class, huh?
Yeah.
Poking a little fun is Nick Nicola.
I think so.
Out of Haku,
Is
Hawaii.
he out of Hawaii?
Well, he lives. I think he lives in Cody. That's what I thought.
That's what I thought he lived in Wyoming.
Wyoming. Like
That's what I
Yeah.
I'm just going off of what they put on their
Yeah.
registration.
Okay.
You know?
I
But I thought when they were in Cal, they lived in Cody. Or maybe they were staying
Oh,
in
Nick
Cody.
blows that corner a little bit, but actually, I think he's finding a smoother line through that corner. So that was actually a little strategy on my 44
He's
thing.
not the only one to do that too, because I saw a couple of the side-by-sides take that line too. I can't remember which one's off the top of my head, but he might be onto something there.
Up next is Tom Prendergrass in the Eurofighter. Out of Colorado.
Those cars look so cool.
Yeah, one of the meanest looking cars will be taking the track.
They do.
But on screen once again is Nick Nicola.
Oh my gosh,
15.
watching him just scream across that straightaway. Hopefully he checks up for that G-out, or maybe the car's ready for it. And it soaks it right up, and he is still pushing. Slowing up for that second little set. And screaming out of that corner again. Oh, getting through the whoops a little bit wild, but
he's
still
pushing
going.
hard. Yeah.
I've been so excited to watch this truck run. Watching him run in Powell was cool, but there's only 5 trucks, so it's hard to really say what it was going to do.
We need to go. Okay, we're going.
That truck is just set down and moving.
So we'll get a good time for Nick Nicola.
235.
A 235. And off and running is the 4413 of Tom Prendergast out of Colorado in the Eurofighter. He's got the weapon, John Dykus riding shotgun. This car is an absolute work of art. Beautiful car built by Rob Butler across the pond over in Great Britain. Him and Levi Shirley run very similar cars. Well, they're twin cars.
That's what I was going to say.
They had a little bit of new car blues, but they're working through it. And once they get them dialed, these cars are freaking awesome.
And he is flat moving.
Yeah, he is not letting out. This could be a fast run of the day if he keeps it up, as he sends it over Kurt's off-road launch.
Come on, Tom. You did good.
But remember to finish first.
You
First,
got it.
you must finish. And he takes a tumble. All I see is dust. He must have landed on his wheels. I don't know if he's moving, but I bet you he rolled. We could not see in the dust.
He's on the other side of that track. now.
Man,
He's
that
on the
was
second
fast. So
half.
yeah, he took a tumble.
Let's go
Tough
check on him,
break.
Make sure he's okay, Andrew.
Yep, he
Bummer. We are just saying he is moving.
He was I was so excited to see that car just going. Got lots of guys pushing hard today.
No,
It's hard to sit in a line that long and then get out and not let your nerves get the best of you.
That's part of it.
They're radioing me.
Who is?
Driveline or something, maybe. I told him just to follow back. Do you guys need us to tow you in, or are you guys going to drive in?
Sounds like he has a driveline issue or something.
Moving, so let him just come in.
Unless he wants towed in, I don't know.
No.
Up next is
Cody,
John
stay off the
Matthews.
track. I'm gonna send more people. We're going to get him across.
He'll be having his son Connor and Caden drive co-driver duties. He's part of the 4500 modified Ultra 4 class. Out of Auburn, Washington, with Yukon Gear and Axle, Milestar tires, trail ready beadlocks,
Andrew, I need to know what's going on.
Vision X, Image Craft, Comp Cams, Redhead steering gear, worn, and a factor of 55.
They can start moving, coming back up on the
Yeah, let's go. Everybody else get back in your spots. We got to go.
We'll send the car and they can just start coming back this way.
Copy that, I'll let them know now.
Okay, thanks.
Ethan, anybody got communication with me?
If he's off the track, we can send the car.
Is he off the track? We can send the car?
It looks like he's a ways off the
Okay,
track
let's go.
from the
Because then we
drone
can send the
footage.
car and then he can move back, you know?
Yeah,
They don't need a
go.
tow.
Well, it looks like they're getting ready to send that one.
And
he's
off the line goes John Matthews with his son Connor riding shotgun. Out of Auburn, Washington, with Yukon Gear and Axle, Milestar tires. He's pushing hard.
He is absolutely flat moving out there.
This is in a limited truck, but he is pushing hard. This thing's got some pretty good horsepower. I think he's in the 700 range. We just saw Tom Prendergast moving super fast, but took a tumble.
Let's hope that more of these limited guys can stay on their wheels.
Yep, we're gonna go eat dinner.
Okay, that sounds great.
Have fun.
Okay, thanks.
So John Matthews is still trucking along on this 1 mile qualifier for the Big Sky 200, presented by TDK.
Papa was crying when we got back to you.
Was he? What did he say when you showed up?
He was off. He was looking through his helmet at us like, what are they doing in that Jeep?
He's going over that last jump,
Yeah,
get ready
hitting-
to go to the other end of that hayfield.
Hitting the Kurtz off-road launch.
Yes, we'll see how he does through this next couple of G-outs. Seems to be taking people out.
Okay. It's not bad.
Can I take pressure?
Of course you can. People are always like messaging me stuff, you know?
I love that.
If you need us for anything, we're here with tow straps, tools. We can pull anybody out if something happens, just let me know. We're going to sit right here.
He's still moving, absolutely
We'll be out here
cruising.
all day tomorrow until the end of
Coming through
tomorrow
those
night.
last few little sweeper corners.
Perfect. You got the side by side.
I'll be bringing her car and my
There's a couple little G-outs left, and then he'll be on his way through the home stretch.
And it's cool. He's sharing this memory with his sons. I believe Connor's in it now, but Caden will be in there tomorrow off and on. They'll be hopping in and out of the car. But just super cool to be able to make these memories with your family.
It's so fun. It's such a family sport too, and to see him just including his sons and wanting them out there with him, that's so fun.
Absolutely.
So exciting.
Off the line next is the number 1611 of Lyle Hogue in that 91 Chenoweth old school buggy out of Mandan, North Dakota. And he's sponsored by me, myself, and I.
He just ran a 232, and he is in second place.
Who's that? Matthews?
Yes.
Matthews just turns a 232? I told you he was moving, but I
He
didn't know.
was cruising.
That is impressive. Good job, John Matthews.
Heck yeah. I wonder which one of his boys has got in there, because they've got to be pretty stoked after that one.
I wanted to party with everybody. Now Saturday, I kind of have to be there. Be a different
Lyle Hogue.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, whatever you need me for.
So Lyle's out there cruising along, part of the 1600 class.
There's quite a few 1600s out there right now, or there will be tomorrow.
Yeah,
Or
a lot of
Saturday.
fun seeing them.
My goodness.
There's a lot of 1600s.
It's starting to be a growing class, and it's really exciting. Now that it's not just a few of the same, we're getting to see different faces and hopefully keep bringing in more and more cars and watch it progress.
I mean, it has to be like semi-affordable to get one of those.
Seriously.
I mean, as a race car, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, no race car's cheap, but yeah, you can get one of those older ones and
Yeah.
you know, air-cooled engine.
Some parts at the junkyard.
Yeah.
For sure.
But it's fun, and glad Lyle's out there having some fun with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series.
And I'm gonna get my daughter at the fucking race.
Lyle and Sheridan are oftentimes battling it out for first and
Yeah.
second, so you never know who it's going to be between those two and their rail cars.
But I want to be. Is that TK's car? Yeah. Well, they got it going. I saw his post. He was out.
Up next is the 461.
Paul Barron.
You're
in
on.
the 1600 class also. He's right.
He's been racing with us for a while, too.
Yeah. When I raced 1600 in 2021, he was a great help to us.
Awesome.
Super fun. Glad to see him out there too.
So, Paul Barron is off that 1965 VW Bug out of Sturgis, South Dakota. He's sponsored by me, myself, and I as well. Just like Lyle. And Lyle just crosses the timer. We got a time for Lyle
309.
with a 309. So, Paul Barron.
So, if I'm out here, because I don't have my bug and I have a helping me out, I have a brand new dirt bike. I'll have a helmet. Is that allowed to go over?
Aaron, do you have a 4584?
I'll leave it at home. He's made it easier for me. That's fine. I'll stay on the trucks. Like he does in my
Yeah, Terrence Hollerwich. He's from Canada. He'd be in the, he's probably in the Pro Ultra 4 list of people.
What's that?
Unless I missed it, which is quite possible.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him.
Okay.
Okay.
I have his stuff.
This thing's kind of cute right here. I don't know.
Let me get it.
Pin's dying in the parts. Yes.
Hands are grease on our hands.
Oh. For sure, and then all the dust is stuck
Yeah.
in it. And Paul is still cruising. He's almost made it to the hayfield. He's about halfway through his lap.
I can take a picture of it if you want. So then you have it.
Oh, that's. Take mine.
Not that one.
I thought you were talking.
No, I meant for Terrence thing.
Okay. Sounds good.
So Paul's out there still stirring up the dust, part of that 1600 class.
How many 1600s are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
About a dozen or so?
13, yeah.
13, a baker's
That is
dozen.
a lot. I think this is also the biggest 1600 class that they've had.
This is probably the biggest 1300 class.
And comp mod and well, I guess it's the biggest everything because it's the biggest race you've had.
Yeah. Let's just go start there. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Taryn.
Oh, what a great showing.
Waller.
And that just goes to show how many jet guys have at your first race. Was it like literally 12 or so?
Probably
so you-
15, maybe
Yeah.
at
I'll
max.
get him on
So
there.
you've gotten 8 times bigger or so. I mean,
Yeah.
that's pretty impressive.
Oh, he's in the. Did you see him in Comp One? Oh, Comp One. I might have put him in there on accident.
I don't see him. Oh, yep.
So one of the guys last night was showing us a
The
picture.
last time.
So this is Taryn Hilarwich.
Yeah.
His Hilarwich with BFG, Trail Ready, Endura Paint, Big Country Customs, and Concept Distributing. In the 4584 car.
So Taryn's out there pushing strong, part of the 4500 modified Ultra 4 class, so it puts him in that comp mod. As he's getting ready to hit the Kurtz off-road launch.
So Aaron, out of the total racers, which we haven't got the official number yet, but how many have qualified, does the computer tell you? Because you don't have to qualify.
You do not have to qualify. You can take a rear start, because on Friday and Saturday's race, the race is on adjusted time, so you can start from the back of the pack and absolutely win this thing. And sometimes, strategy-wise, you have time on your side. Because if you're sitting in, let's say you started in 10th, and you catch the guy in first, you don't have to pass him. You can just pace him.
Yeah.
So a lot of strategy goes into there. But
if you're
I like that clean air.
The clean air is nice. And if you're that front guy, you don't know what kind of pace to set because you don't know what that 10th guy's doing back there. So, I mean, there's a lot to think in that. So then you maybe push a little harder than you should. So,
So 63 cars have started their qualifying.
So 63 cars have qualified. We've got another 10 or so yet to go. So about 75% of the crowd has qualified or is going to qualify.
What time do you want me to move the driver's meeting till? It's 6:54. Like 7:45.
what time's our meeting supposed to be? 7.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 7.
So, just say 3, 6, 9.
Taryn is still cruising, and he about flopped
About
her over.
30
About
minutes.
lost that
Yeah.
one.
It's going to take us about
That was
30
quite a
minutes.
save.
So like 7:45ish.
Yeah.
I'll post something about it.
Yep.
He's cruising too.
And our driver's meeting was supposed to start about 5 minutes, or in about 5 minutes. So we're going to push it back to 7:45 or so, because obviously we're still qualifying as Taryn is hot on the gas all the way across.
That is a
The
cool
rugged
shot when one's
video.
going and one's
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah.
And on the screen, it looks like they're fairly close, but there's literally probably 200 feet between them.
Off the line, just left John Owen with the co-driver Jay in his 75 F-150 out of Billings, Montana. Mad Cow Racing and Performance, Red's Auto and Diesel. Midway Auto and RV, J&M Tire, Stink Blossom, Montana Radiator, and Interstate Battery. John's always a huge competitor in the stock class too.
He's been racing with us forever. Great guy, just fun to hang out with.
Probably one of the cutest kids. His little kid is so cute. But
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
so he's been racing with us on. That's the nice thing about this stock class is it's such a skimped budget for most of these.
Yeah,
guys.
you can race on a budget for sure.
Yes, and it's just
Hello there.
like if you look at his car in the springs in the front, you just got a pile full of tennis balls.
Yes,
That's
I
his
love it.
redneck bump stop, I guess. So
and
Yeah.
it works too. He busted both front shocks off of both sides in Powell. And did he finish?
yeah, he finished.
Oh my
He usually
goodness.
finishes.
Yes.
There's parts hanging off usually. But
Yeah.
Hey,
He finished.
whatever, as long as you can get across the line.
Absolutely.
And John's still moving pretty strong, about the halfway mark as we speak. And up next is the 816 of Charlie Shaw.
Oh heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Charlie's been around since
The
the
start.
beginning of the series. He's still out
He would
cooking
be what
away.
you know as
The OG 13, huh?
Yeah.
Which is really the 12, but
Yeah.
probably your guys' too.
Yeah, Charlie is one of the OGs. So
Yep.
And it was Don that originally started this, and then you guys started helping and eventually took it
Yeah.
over, but Don's still here and helping. But
yep. So originally it was Don was the owner. It was Scott Took, me, Don, and Charlie that kind of were doing it, and I was in charge of the side by sides. We each kind of took our own little thing, and that was when we wanted to make it a series. They had already raced in Columbus before that, and Pal's been going since the 70s.
oh wow,
So when we built this track, they decided let's make it a series, a 3-race series.
Yeah, Wild West series kind of morphed into Yellowstone off-road racing.
Yeah.
John is
And then
on
Aaron
his
got
way to the
suckered in, and
finish.
here we are.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yay! John Owens coming in out of Billings, Montana, and is all over the throttle, all the way to the finish line. They're at the Rugged Race Radio finish line.
3 minutes even.
3 minutes even for John Owen.
We're doing a battery change, and then we should be good.
We're gonna
for the
swap
rest of
out
the race.
batteries for on the drone real quick, and then we should be good for the rest of qualifying.
Got about 10 cars left, so we should be getting close at this point. Charlie's sitting there waiting for the thumbs up, the ready. He's got his son Brandon in there sitting with him, ready to go co-driving. Charlie's a very high odds of a top competitor in the comp class as long as he doesn't break.
That's for sure. Charlie's been racing since the very beginning.
What's that?
Charlie's been racing since the very beginning, right?
Yep.
The very first race
He was
ever.
at the very.
That's what we said. He's one of the OGs.
Yep.
Okay.
He is. Him and.
And that means two things: originals or old guy.
Which is a little bit of both.
Which is, with us, it's both.
Well, speaking about old guys, we were talking about that earlier. Thanks for coming back in here. I'm not the old guy. So there goes Charlie Shaw with Ardo Shaw riding shotgun of that 2003 Chevy 1500 out of Billings, Montana, with Big Sky Off-Road, Inland Truck Parks, Big T's Barbecue, and CED of Billings. So we still have some heavy hitters yet to come. Rowdy's out there, Eric Weichel, Brett Burton,
Andy Blazer.
Andy Blazer. I don't see Burton.
I do not see Burton down here either.
Huh.
No.
But again, you do not have to qualify. You can take a rear start. Or you can try to qualify and flip over like Holloman.
Oh my goodness, yes.
But he still won't pick a rear start because people didn't qualify, so he'll still start a little bit ahead of somebody.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And Charlie's still out there plugging away good.
He's always pushing. That little boy's shoulder.
So Charlie Shaw's still pushing strong as he's getting ready to hit the Kurtz off-road launch.
Now, I was told earlier that Charlie wasn't going to qualify, but clearly here we are.
But here he is.
Yeah. He was adamant he wasn't.
Charlie's making some good time out there, right around that halfway mark. We'll be coming up to Holloman's upside down dirt pond.
Chance's mud pit or mud hole or whatever.
We need a clever name.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah.
need to think of something, Miles.
It,
Come on.
it usually comes. It just ain't there yet.
Yeah, not there
the
yet.
Terhune Tumble. You know, we've had a few good ones.
One.
So I'll figure something out.
Just
Usually we'll have
remember
to.
how bad that water smells.
Yeah.
It has to be. That car was filled with mud.
I'm sure.
In and
We'll have
out.
to have
Chance's cow hole.
a couple frosty beverages later. That
Yeah.
usually helps the
Holman's cow hole.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Take a chance.
And Charlie is still just pushing. Coming into some more of those little G out and whoops. His truck has had a rough couple races before this one, so hopefully he's got all the little bugs worked out.
Yeah, he did have a couple of rough races.
And we have the 1616, another 1600 car.
Matt Rowe, and he's taken off in his VW buggy out of Valley City, North Dakota.
And Charlie just ran a 2:55.
That's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Pretty quick.
So is Rowdy going to wait for the absolute end, or what's he doing?
That more than likely, that's his thing. He wants to be the last one of the pack. I would put money on it.
I'd want to get out of that race car.
You'd think. I don't think he wants the rest of. He either wants a lot of people to see him or nobody.
So obviously you're stuck with me tomorrow. He doesn't race tomorrow. What's he doing? Is he helping some friends in the pits or?
It sounds like it. If as long as Dan Dirkson's car, that 11 YXC, that black and yellow one, holds together, he's going to be hanging out with them, pitting
Nice.
with all of that.
And I wish the best for Dan. He has had some bad luck at this track, so
Has he finished a Broadview yet?
I don't think he's
I don't
finished a
think
Broadview
so.
yet.
That's tough.
There is a lot of people that have never finished Broadview, and it's been their
Is it
nemesis.
252?
Well, I think Charlie finished it last year for the first
255.
time in years.
Yep.
55.
255.
The 1616 car that's out there right now is the last year's 1600 champion.
Nice.
Oh.
So
He's pretty fast.
he's pretty fast. New. Took a couple years of him racing to get up there, but he's getting good, building it himself. Good guy.
And having some fun.
Yes. 716.
I think Mark King won PAL, if I remember right. So
I believe so, and oh, and he's got a new truck this year.
Up next is Nathan Jones.
And he and his dad were previously in a red Ranger, so they must have painted it
They did.
since the last time we've seen it.
I was very curious because their registration said white, and I'm like, you don't drive a white truck, you have a red truck. So I was
Hey, you
kinda
were wrong.
curious to see. When they finally posted a picture of it getting on the trailer, I'm like, it looks really cool, you know?
Yes,
Oh yeah,
it
just
does.
different.
Yeah.
Shake it up a little
I was
bit.
curious to see what it would be.
Yes.
yeah, and that messes me up because I'll call in cars for Aaron.
Oh yeah.
And I know who they are, and I see the number. I'm like, that's the wrong color. What's going on?
Tell me about it.
And I wasn't there at registration, so I didn't see or tech.
Oh,
so I didn't
you're
get
still
to-
sleeping?
I was still sleeping. Well, that's part of it. I get to sleep in, you know.
Yeah, right. We all know better than that.
I think it was 5 this morning. Me and Aaron, 4:40. Aaron got up this morning.
Whew.
Yeah. I didn't want to,
Yeah.
but I was thinking, oh, I'm going to run down to the house and take a shower.
All right, the 716 of Nathan Jones is off with Darren Jones riding shotgun with that 1996 Ford Ranger out of Bonners Ferry, Idaho with Northwoods Performance.
Matt Rowe just crossed the finish line
314.
with a 314.
That's a really good run for a 1600 car.
Mm-hmm. Is that the fastest 1600 we've had?
I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh. Nope. Lyle Hogue was 5 seconds faster with a 309.
Nice. Up
Oh.
next is the V100 of Eric Pond in that old school 1969 Ford Bronco.
My little sister is in there right now.
Really?
At 18 years old. She just graduated
That's awesome.
a month ago yesterday.
That's cool.
Yes,
Is
she's.
that who's racing with Eric Pond?
Yep, Allie's in there right now.
Yeah.
She is over the moon.
Oh, I'll
to
bet.
be riding with Eric Pond. There is
So
not
Eric,
a better
Eric's going over the moon
guy.
racing also, though.
There is not a better guy to race with, and I'm convinced there is nobody with a better heart and a better attitude than that guy.
No, for
There
sure.
is
He,
not one.
He's been fighting cancer for a while,
years.
a couple of years now.
He's
So he
raised.
gets doing his meds, then gets to come and race, and then he'll,
Go
He
back for
plans
chemo,
all of
then comes
his
and races.
Wow, that's
treatments
crazy.
for the off season of the race season, and he raced the Mint.
Yeah, and we were talking to Tom that he was they're
Yes.
gonna kind of team up, I think, for Vegas to Reno.
Vegas
maybe?
to Reno.
Yes.
Yeah. He was saying
he
Eric
raced
Pond.
the Mint, finished it.
Yep. He got second last year. I'm not certain how he did this year.
I know.
But I know you can see on his car right now, he's got a QR code on there underneath his number. He's raising money for the Cancer Research Institute, and they are
that's awesome.
matching donations up to $300,000. So that's
for him.
pretty exciting. With his little googly eyes, you can't miss it.
Well, that's the old school license plate.
Yes, and he's got the
So
farming
yeah, you might
license
know this,
plate.
Miles, but the car that you guys, when you see it, The paint scheme on that is the old Montana license plate.
Ah, all right.
what
I
it
dig
is.
that.
If you can see it, he's got it underneath the googly eyes. It matches his license plate on the front.
So Nathan Jones is on course right now. This course is super fast, super flowy, and it's taking a couple bites.
He is still moving.
The
though.
attrition, I believe, on tomorrow and Saturday's race is going to be extremely high. So I do think I would play it safe. And here goes Eric Pond.
So excited to see him back out here racing. He's been having a tough couple days, so just send your thoughts and prayers to him, and we're so glad to see him out here.
So Eric Pond and Allie McDonald in that 1969 Ford Bronco out of Helena, Montana, with Queen City Off-Road, Rock Hand Hardware, Fast Signs, Helena Buds, BFG, Rigid Lights, Willwood Brakes, and Cancer Research Institute. I think it was my first year here. I was calling it Helena or something, and you guys called me out pretty good.
I wouldn't give you a hard time for that.
Not more than like 13 or 17 times.
Or
You
like,
did it yesterday when you talked about
I said something I think I said Eric's last name wrong, and you called me on it without missing being
Oh, yeah.
they live in Helena.
I mess up a few things, I'll promise that.
Oh my gosh, Eric is on a mission out there. He's a fast dude. He won it last year here or second? I'm pretty sure
I would
he
actually have to look back. My races kind of run together.
I get that 100%.
I think he was
I know,
second behind Daniel Wright last year.
Could be.
Look at
I
you
believe.
go.
I was mad because I got fourth.
I get confused because he used to race in the stock class, and then he changed the car to race in the vintage class for an event, and so then in my head the races are back.
I still think of him as a stock truck, even though he's been with Comp for 3 or 4 years.
I put him in the stock list. I had to change it.
Yes, it's hard, but he's got that car solid.
Yeah, exactly. That's so awesome.
Yes.
So Eric Pond's out there with Allie McDonald, your little sister. That's pretty fun. So he needed a good co-driver, so he did call you, huh?
No, I was out.
Well, I'm glad to have you in here in the booth.
It's not Allie's
with me.
first show either, because
No.
Allie rides with you usually when you're driving. So.
Yeah, Allie's done a couple seasons with Scott Grimm, and now her boyfriend is debuting as co-driving with Scott this race, actually. So she's in with Eric. She's done ridden with Scott, ridden with me, ridden with Dan Dirksen, and she'll be in with Christian in Dan Dirksen's YXZ tomorrow. So she's getting her seat time in.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
When she was little, she wanted nothing to do with it, and now you can't drag her out by her nails.
I love it. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. We are qualifying for tomorrow's Dakota Alignment 12-hour race and the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 on Saturday. There goes Eric Weichel out of Helena, Montana, with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun in his Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. It's a 4800 Legends car with race line wheels.
So they just ran a 302, Eric Pond.
Nice.
They blew that last corner, so you know he was pushing out of the finish.
So Joe Fabrizio, who is riding with Eric Weichel right now, had a fun little tumble last year during this race. Albert Contreras rolled off a turn, and then Joe blew the same turn and rolled and landed on top of him. Luckily, everybody was okay, but it was a little bit of a mess for a bit.
Was it took a few of us to get it unstuck.
Oh, I'll bet, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
Pretty sure that's how Barbie Jeeps are made.
Yeah. The one was nose down off a cliff, and the other one was perfectly planted on top.
But it's been a good time. We still have 5 or 6 more yet to go.
Roddy's still camped out at the back.
He's hanging out with all his friends.
Oh, I'm so glad to see Wolfie.
Clint Peterson's dropped. He was up on top watching, so I was wondering if he was just going to watch or if he was going to come down.
All right.
He just dropped down, so.
Well, and it looks like we got a UTV that
So Eric Weichel is making a great run right now. I think this is going to be a top 10 if he can keep it together as he slows down for that G spot.
That car works
G
really,
out
really
number
well,
2.
too.
Yeah, he's got it well sorted.
He's got lots of time into that one.
Jimmy's 4x4 builds an amazing machine. They've got probably more cars that race, Ultra 4 King and Hammers than any other builder, I would guess. Well sorted machine for sure.
And he's consistent.
Yes,
Eric
smooth
is
and
smooth
consistent.
and consistent. You watch him in the rocks,
So fluid.
and you'll just watch him go around everybody in the rocks. Like, he is very good at that.
Number 406, Giovanni Polanco in a 1985 VW Sandbug out of Billings, Montana.
So we got 3 406s out here racing with us.
Do you want to know what Eric's time was?
Let's hear it. What was Eric's time?
2:27. New fast
2:27, new fast
Fastest
time
lap.
of the day. We were just saying, smooth and
my.
consistent. A 2:27 for Eric Weichel.
Yeah.
They are going to be stoked for that, and I think that time's going to be hard to beat.
I think so too.
Eric 227.
Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Talk about fluid and consistent, though. I mean, that whole run was just beautiful.
Absolutely. Great run. And who'd you say is on course now? Sorry.
Giovanni Polanco.
Giovanni Polanco.
He's new to us.
He is new to our series. Was he in
He was
Powell?
in Powell in a different car.
He was in Powell, but in a different car.
So
I
I don't know very
gotcha.
much about him. I don't know. He lives in Billings, though, so I don't know. I just don't really know him,
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's why I had to go get the Jeep to get it out. That's a big car.
So Polanco's still plugging away?
It's pretty exciting. Eric got the new fast lap.
Yeah,
It looks
man.
smooth. And Melvin looks smooth. So,
Yeah, Tibbetts.
yep.
Yeah, so let's kind of go over our fast times. We have Eric Weichel, fastest of the day, and then it's Melvin Tibbetts, and then John Matthews, and then Matt Torney, and Richard, and then Eddie Oliver are our top 5 fastest in the
trucks.
big cars.
In the big cars.
And then it was Austin Painter and Mike Sloss in the 2 fastest in the UTVs.
So,
Just going off the top of my head.
So I don't think they know yet, but tomorrow, fast lap in the 12-hour. So if you're
After
racing
the first.
after the first 4
Which
laps, so
means 5
5 and
however many
12,
laps.
somebody donated money for fast lap from 5 to 12.
Nice. So what kind of money is that? do we know?
$500.
500
Wow.
bucks. Can I borrow your UTV?
Yeah, it's out there. You might want to qualify. You might want to qualify.
Back of the pack, they're all gonna be broke by then.
I mean, it's fast. It's got deer horns on the front. I mean, what else has a hood ornament? It's got to be fast, right?
Good times. That's cool though. Is
Yeah.
that a? So
That was
nobody wants to say it or?
no.
Okay.
It was Tyler.
It was Tyler Elings with Combustion Syndicate.
Nice.
I do have another thing. Ashcraft Motorsports
Yep.
said it's 2024 Big Sky 200 weekend. Our friends at Y.O.R.R are hosting a 12-hour UTV race, and to say thanks for what they do for our sport, we would like to offer the winner their choice of a Savage UTV spare tire storage case or an off-road anonymous tire tool tray.
And who's that?
Ashcraft Motorsports.
Ashcroft Motorsports is gonna donate some tools or whatnot. So
Winner of the 12-hour race.
winner of the 12-hour. That's pretty cool. So thanks for that.
Andy Blazer
Well,
just
Miles,
left
it looks
the
like you
line.
better get out there and do it. Get all sorts of free stuff.
Man, I'm gonna make some money on this deal.
Andy Blazer just left the line with Jim in their Ultra 4 out of Whitefish, Montana. And Northwest Parts and Rigging, LBR Plumbing.
Well, Miles, you can't go by yourself, so I might as well be your passenger.
Perfect. There's a $20,000 on the line for the top 3,
What was July's time?
and your race will be the top or the first 4 laps.
Blazer's very quickly wrapping up his lap over there. About to come through
Blazer's been racing with us for
for a
years.
long time.
Went through several different cars and chassis, so
Yeah. He's had this one for a few races now, a few
Yep.
seasons now. He's very consistent.
And man, Eric Weichel just threw down the best qualifying he has ever had. I'm pretty sure he's got to
yes,
be
I would
pumped.
agree with that.
So obviously our drivers meeting was supposed to be about 20 minutes ago, so we're going to push that back to 7:45, maybe 8 o'clock. We'll see how it all shakes out. But we had a few more little tumbles than we anticipated as Blazer comes across the Rugged Radio's finish line. And I believe is an old Trent Fab car
245.
He's about to.
with a 245 for Blazer.
It does look like the
Potter
Trent car.
is
I
about
believe
to
so.
take off in the comp mod class in the 299 Jeep.
Yep. We're doing a battery change on the drone, and then that'll make it all the way
Where is it?
through the last 5 cars.
Oh well. Who's it? 249.
I missed that one. A lot of numbers today.
What was Andy's name or number?
176.
170. No, his time. Sorry.
Oh. I thought you meant the car
Blonde
number.
moment.
So funny. 245.
245. Okay,
Sorry.
no, you're all good. I didn't write it down.
Hi there.
Another drone change, and then Keaton will be off. Or a battery change. We're getting close. This is our last 5 cars. Hopefully, unless more come down the mountain.
No, and I
We need to give a huge shout out to Elevated Power Sports, tractor equipment for the live feed, Montana Drone Company, Opportunity Bank for the hospitality tent, Dakota Alignment and Frame for the title sponsor of the 12-hour UTV race, Dust Pods, Corbin Custom Works, C4 Fab, ZRP, Kurtz Off-Road, Combustion Syndicate, Throttle Down Customs for the title sponsor of the Big Sky 200, Rugged Race Radio for the start and finish, Blackbeard Broncos for the comp mod class. Must be nice performance. And we are off the line with Keaton Potter and Ray Smith riding shotgun in that beautiful built 96 Cherokee out of Lewistown, Montana, with Potter Auto Body, TDK, AFW Motorsports, PJG Motorsports, Yellowstone Edge RV Park, and Switchback Design. And Keaton is a lead fabricator for Throttle Down Customs, and you can tell by the way that Jeep looks. The attention to detail in that car might be my favorite one here on site this weekend.
It is immaculate. You can go through any square inch of that car, and it is just clean.
Yeah, he was kind of laughing at himself. He's like, it's too much because I know as soon as I back it out of the trailer, it's going to be dusty. But I said, hey, you won the car show this weekend.
Yes, absolutely.
So we just have a new $500 sponsor.
Let's hear it. Another $500, huh?
Uh-huh.
Is it my
McDonald
dad?
Farms and Premier Alignment will sponsor $500 to whoever Ironmans it and finishes the 12 hours.
So the top Iron Man gets $500 from McDonald's Farms
And Premier Alignment.
and Premier Alignment.
I'll get
That's
it in
awesome.
your guys' notes.
Oh boy. How about
They
it's in
just
a
call me,
race truck?
hey, so.
How about we put it in the Ranger? It's fab work.
Yeah. You already knew.
I
Guess
did.
what happened? Oh my god.
Oh, and then Wolfie's next.
So not only did Pereira Alignment just jump in with McDonald Farms to sponsor $500 for whoever Ironmans it and finishes, is he also sponsored the helicopter, Premier Alignment. And
He
repair.
does a lot of work on semis and truckers coming in and through Billings and gets them on the road fast. He does a great job. Keaton is still cruising, about to go through another little G out. He just put his new shocks on that he didn't have in Powell, so he's riding luxurious in the Jeep. This is the most suspension he's had since he started racing in high school. This is his second race after moving up from the stock class, along with Zach Ablott. So it'll be kind of fun to watch those two battle it out again.
So Keaton Potter out there pushing strong.
Oh, and the mystery machine showed up.
Oh!
Rowdy's not gonna love that.
He thought he was going to be last, but Brett Burton snuck in and with that. I believe, yeah, that's a Trent Fab IFS 4400.
That's Benjamin, or Wolf Orca.
So off the line now is Wolf Orca, number 11, with that 1996 Jeep Cherokee out of Electric City, Washington, with George's Automotive in Electric City, Willow and Anna, High Dam Bar and Grill of Grand Washington, and INWOR. So Wolf Orca and that Cherokee is running along. Did we get a time for Keaton Potter?
He was moving through that finish.
Thank you.
Did we get a time for Keaton Potter? 2:57. That's a strong run. But still fastest big car of the day is Eric Weichel. Can
Oh my
Brett
gosh.
Burton or Rowdy knock him off? I don't
Brent
know.
is pretty fast.
We got two of the heaviest hitters
And
qualifying at the very end.
Has Rowdy, he qualified in 21. That's the only other time he's made it to
When
qualify.
he qualified the year Miles was here. Was that 21
That was
miles?
21. And
21
then-
and 23 and 24.
He
21
qualified,
was
but
the
I don't
year
think he
he
qualified
won.
fastest because
Yeah.
CJ.
Oh, in the Bel Air?
Bel Air.
Yeah, I
Yes.
love that thing. I saw him the first night we got here, and I said, "You brought the car, right?" He said, "No." I was like, "Dang it!"
Everybody loves that
He has
car.
a whole back car corner in
Yeah.
the shop where like the sandrail is and the car and
Yes.
he has a whole back car corner.
So Wolf Orca still trucking along as he clears the Kurtz off-road launch.
I got some of those.
Wolfie is very steady. He doesn't get wound up. I'm
No.
pretty sure he doesn't ever have a co-driver. It's just him.
Well, one time I made Cheyenne ride with him.
You did.
Yeah, he needed a co-driver, so I
You know what you got? You got three heavy hitters at the back here. You got Clint
This-
Peterson.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna be
Rowdy.
a showdown.
So I see a
And
few
Brett
people
Burton.
have dipped out, but they're gonna miss out.
Yeah, they are. I am dying to see how this goes down. I don't know if one of these might top Eric's, but I don't know, and I don't want him to push it to try to beat it because I don't want anything to happen in these last three.
Yeah, and
I
Rowdy's
love
had
all
some
these
bad
guys.
luck the last couple of years here. He had a rear end one year, an engine one year, and now he's got a brand new LSX.
2 engines here.
Yeah, 2 inches. Ouch.
Yeah.
And shocks and Powell.
Yep.
Man.
And blew a rocker.
Yep.
in Powell. Yeah, he's had a rough go.
So
He did-
Wolf Orca coming through. That was the 361 of Clayton Easley. That's one of our UTVs. Missed his qualifying, but we gave him a run in that Can-Am out of Centennial, Colorado with adrenaline-driven motorsports. So Clayton Easley. See if he can give Austin Painter a run for his money. The fastest UTV of the day is 2:19.
I think they had a little bit of issues with their car because they shipped parts to me
Oh.
on their drive. So
Yeah, Aaron just said they were having some car issues on the way here. They were mailing parts to her house so she could bring them out. So they got it back together apparently as he smokes
I don't know
over
for
the
sure
Kurtz
what all it
off-road
was,
launch.
but I did give him 4 boxes that showed up for him. So I'm not sure what.
He's still pushing though.
He's running strong. It's been a great day of qualifying thus far, and we still have a few more to go. And some of the biggest names yet to go.
Yes.
We have Peterson, Burton, and Rowdy Smith. Easily still cruising along.
Mike, on your driver's meeting notes, you need to say like if you have one of the radios, we need to charge them.
Just running super fluid and smooth. See how he does coming into these G-outs and whoops. Everybody's favorite section on the qualifying track. Makes it through Chance's little valley over there.
Yeah, chances. I'm going to come up with something.
The mud hole. Oh, getting a little squirrely out of the corner, but still going strong.
These Can-Ams, there's a lot of them out here racing, and they really seem to shine.
Those
What's that?
Can-Ams
The
are
Can-Ams.
strong.
Yep.
So great.
And Elevated Power Sports had a killer deal for the Y.O.R.R racers if they went to go buy a brand new Maverick R. And I believe they've sold 7. So Elevated Power Sports teamed up with Y.O.R.R and making some business.
Now, Scott Grimm has just rolled in from the comp class.
So they have a few more. So there's Clint Peterson, and he sounds like
Mixed
went into
shift.
neutral or transfer case, not sure. But he took off like a rocket, the number 4499.
Stopped at the corner.
In that Trent Fab machine out of Piedmont, South Dakota.
Michael.
With Dakota alignment and frame with Yokohama, Warren, Yukon, F-16 services, and King shocks. So Clint Peterson took off like a rocket, but then went straight to, like I said, either transmission let go or transfer case because it went straight into freewheel. The attrition's been pretty heavy just in qualifying, Shelby.
Yes, I don't know that I've seen qualifying
Mike to go
this
My Jeep.
not steady, unsteady, I should say.
Yeah.
Usually
Definitely
we'll have
wanna-
a couple mishaps, but oh man, you need both hands plus several more to count everything that's been going on today. But we've got so many cars, it's definitely making up for it.
Yeah, the co-drivers crawled out of the car assessing the situation. We have the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing safety crew out there making sure everybody is A-OK.
Trying to see, I wonder if they're trying to decide if he needs a pull or a push, or the driver's still hanging out in there.
Yeah, what a tough break for Clint Peterson.
Yeah, especially off of on that race. I'm not sure that you want to be back of the pack during that one, or even middle of the pack. Maybe back of the pack might be better.
Maybe class 3 cars. We can get going.
cars while they've been tipped over.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you go check your timing? He just ran over the plastic part of your bike.
Of course he did. Can't check it unless somebody goes.
We still have 2 big days yet to go for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour UTV race tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And then at 11 a.m. on Saturday, it'll be the big cars will be taking off for the Big Sky 200, presented by Throttle Down Customs. And I think earlier I left off with Jim and Tracy Alignment, Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, DRW Performance, Epic Racewear, Linrich, Automatic Vending Service, Copyright, Napa, Montana Braveheart Nonprofit, AJ's Diesel, Revive IV, PRP, NextGen, and Mickey Thompson Tires. So please support who supports this company. And here goes a crowd favorite, the number 1552 of Rowdy Smith, with Alex Potter riding shotgun in that Class 1 out of Moore, Montana, with Throttle Down Customs, TDK Motorsports, Tree Dog Customs, Hurley's Oilfield Services, Baja Designs, Row Designs, Switchback Designs, Inland Truck Parts, AFW Motorsports, Dirtbag Media, and Fully Deleted Company. So Rowdy Smith, definitely a heavy hitter in the Pro and Pro Unlimited. He's had some rough luck, but he's got a brand new engine and a beautiful built machine. Definitely one to watch. And Shelby, I'm sure you're pretty excited for this one too, right?
I am pretty excited, but I'm pretty nervous too. My watch is yelling at me. I have a couple medical conditions, so my heart monitor is going on.
It's saying settle down a little bit.
It doesn't go off very often anymore, but now it's pretty mad. I'm at 140.
Well,
so if I
take
pass
a deep
out,
breath.
get ready.
Well, sit down. So we don't don't say you don't hurt yourself.
So Rowdy Smith out there with a great run, but does he have enough to bump out the 227 of Eric Weichel?
Eric had such a steady run. I'm very curious to see how this is going to go, but Rowdy hasn't had a ton of seat time in this car. They just got it tuned on Wednesday.
Yeah, they took it down to the
Wednesday
local drag strip because their tuner was down there, and they were able to get it done.
Yes. It would. Then he went pre-running today. I haven't heard how that went, but I'm assuming good because they're out there. I guess they were changing some steering bolts, so.
And they had to change the oil after our interview this morning. Because it's literally a brand new engine that had literally, 10 or 15 miles on it, so they just wanted to kind of flush it out, change the oil. And Rowdy Smith is out there pushing strong. Remember, he's in a two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. So you can see it dancing around just a little bit. But he's got a lot of horsepower. I think he's pushing 800 horse.
I think in that motor, I'm not sure what they tuned it to, but he said it was right around 627.
Okay, 6, all right.
Ish, but his previous motor, was right around 800.
It was rowdy.
Sure. Yes, it was rowdy. It was all of that.
So Rowdy Smith is hauling the mail, heading towards the Rugged Race Radio finish line. And there goes the 4406 of Brent Burton, with Corey Sell riding shotgun in his Trent Fab IFS machine out of Colstrip, Montana, with CEI Electrical Contractors and Raceline wheels. And I'm excited for Rowdy Smith's time. What is it?
2:31.
2:31. So that's second position if I'm doing my math right. So he'll be right behind Eric Weichel.
No, you got Melvin at 2:29.
Oh, Melvin. Okay, so third position. That's still
Third?
pretty solid.
Golly.
Yeah, for
That's
a solid.
so dang fast,
Yeah.
though, still.
So Brent Burton, fairly local, in that beautiful built Trent Fab IFS machine, independent front suspension, 4-wheel drive, lots of horsepower.
2:31.
What a great looking run for Brent Burton in the Mystery Machine as he's hitting Kurt's off-road launch.
Yep, right by Melvin.
Got one left.
And it looks like we'll have one more to go.
Scott Grant.
Scott Grimm, the number 308. Part of the comp mod class as we're watching Brent Burton in the Unlimited Ultra 4 class. Excited to see how this all shakes out for Brent Burton. If he can mix up the top 5, it's definitely Rowdy, and we didn't see Sean Holland. He didn't qualify today, so that's another very similar car to what's on your screen right now.
True.
So there's some heavy hitters that are going to be coming from the back of the pack, but the front of the pack is looking really good. The top 5, 10 are very fast, and Eric Weichel still the fastest of the day in the big cars. Great
So
run
cool.
by him.
Yeah, so cool.
He's got to be super, super excited.
Well, when he put his car together, like, he put it together and put it in the trailer and
Here
brought it
comes
here.
Brent. He's
And
moving.
Brent Burton is all over the gas. He is trying to chase down Eric Weichel's time. This is going to be a smoking fast run. And I just heard something, so I think we got a new fast time of the day, don't we, Aaron?
218.
2:18.
Time all
Just shaved 9 seconds off of Eric Weichel and beat Austin Painter's UTV. So Brent Burton with a 2:18 fastest lap of the day here at the end for the Big Sky 200.
What a way to finish qualifying. I
Right?
mean, really, wow.
Man,
faster than the fast UTV.
I love it. Brent Burton.
Crazy.
What a great run. So that just bumps Rowdy into 4th there, Shelby.
Boy,
That's okay, though.
I'm not telling him. You guys can.
I'll tell him. I'll text him right now. I'm just joking. That's cool, though, right? Like,
That's
it's
amazing.
still, I mean,
Great for him. As we're watching Scott Grimm, the number 308, with Cade riding shotgun, and that 78 Bronco out of Bozeman, Montana, with Bill Stein shocks, BFG, Raceline wheels, Interwest tire. Big shout out to Queen City Off Road.
And
Scott needs
Scott
a good
has
day.
a
He has
rough.
had a rough couple races now.
Yes, this is one that he has finished very few times.
He
And
has
he needs a good run.
I think
And
so, too.
he has put so much time into this over the winter. If this truck is not ready, I don't know whose truck is, because he has put some work in. And then he's got Cade riding with him. And this is Cade's first time co-driving. He went pre-running this afternoon, so I'm excited to see how that all went down. And he's super excited. Big motorhead. Could not wait to get in the seat. I don't know
Heck
who's
yeah.
more excited, him or Scott.
Well, I'll bet you who's more excited right now is Brent Burton.
Absolutely. That is definitely who's most
Man.
excited.
What a great day of qualifying for the Big Sky 200, presented by TDK.
There's a couple iced teas in the background. Yeah, there's iced teas.
Thanks again for everybody tuning in. We have one car still on course of Scott Grimm, and then we're going to shut down qualifying and run up to our drivers meeting for the rest of the weekend. And then again, 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time will go live for the Dakota Alignment 12-hour UTV race with big money on the line.
Aaron, how many?
Grizz, it's been a great day of qualifying. Everything went pretty smooth. We definitely had some driver hiccups and whatnot, but your safety crew did a great job and kept everything flowing. And what a great day! This is day one
Day one of three.
of three big days.
Three
Oh,
big days.
he gets a little off course there, but keeps her going.
259.
So a 2:59 for Scott Grimm. What a great run by him. So again, thanks for everybody tuning in to the Big Sky 200, presented by TDK. This is qualifying. The fastest man of the day overall was Brent Burton just a run ago. What a great run for him. We got so much more action yet to go. Tune in tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for the 12-hour race presented by Dakota Alignment. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist, Michael Adams, Shelby McDonald. We're going to sign off. We'll see you tomorrow morning for another great day of racing.
I can't wait. Thank you, Miles.
Thank you.